Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Welcome, operators. The time has come. Ubisoft has teamed up with the Esports Club to create a comprehensive esports ecosystem in South Asia for Tom-Clancys-Rainbow-Six-Siege. Over the course of the year, players from all over the region will have the opportunity to partake in events as they work to earn a spot in the brand new South Asian Nationals. The South Asian competitive ecosystem will consist of two stages: the TEC Pro Series and the main event that is the South Asia Nationals. Players and teams from across South Asia will join in a new set of events called the Esports Club Pro Series for Rainbow-Six-Siege. These events will have 3 editions: spring, summer, and fall. Each carries its own prize pool of $2,000, but more importantly, grants the top 8 teams coveted SA Nationals qualifier points. After the conclusion of the TEC Pro Series Fall Edition, the 8 teams with the highest number of SA Nationals qualifier points collected throughout the year will move on to play the first ever edition of the new South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege. The South Asia Nationals represents the highest tier of competition in the region and carries a prize pool of $10,000 split among the top teams. The event will be divided into 2 phases. First, all 8 teams will compete against each other in the league stage in a round-robin system with best of 3 matches and no possibility of a draw. The winning team receives 2 points and the losing team will receive 1 consolation point if they manage to win a map. At the end of the league stage, the top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, where they will face off in a best of 3 double elimination bracket. The grand finals will be a best of 5 contest to determine the 2022 champion of the South Asia Nationals. We hope you're as excited as we are to get this started. To be sure you don't miss any important updates about Rainbow Six Esports in South Asia, follow the Esports Club on Instagram and Twitter, as well as the official Twitter handle R6 Esports SA. A warm late afternoon, or in this case early evening today here in the South Asian region, folks, as we bid you welcome once again, or welcome back I should say, to the South Asian Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course hosted here at the Esports Club alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are here, and Baba is back after a rather long stint of examinations that he had to do and take care of for now day 5 of the Nationals. We're going to be having, of course, match number 9 and 10 of the Nationals, and of course, as you all know, the prize pool, 11,000 US dollars. Baba Gusta, how you feeling today?
Well, just to start off, I'm glad that my exam came to an end, and also I got to witness these incredible matchups going to happen around here, Jack. Especially if we talk about the SA Nationals, the prize pool is in itself 11,000 US dollars. The first place will proceed with having 5,000 US dollars, and also the MVP of this tournament will also receive 500 US dollars as a bonus, just by just by getting the spot, or should I say top 8 teams in the SA Nationals, as we get to see it from our screens right here. One stop peaking: Shaheens, MercenarieZ, Hunters LFO, Team UWU, KIRA Esports, Militant Esports, and also last but not the least, we have Team Phalanx, who have just qualified all the way from the 3 stages that we've had. And now we're going to take a look at the matches that we're going to have for today and tomorrow as well. MercenarieZ and KIRA Esports will be the first matchup. Followed up, it will be Team Militant Esports who will go up against Team Phalanx.
All right, then. Of course, we all know the one that, all of our viewers are going to be looking at, of course, MercenarieZ versus KIRA on the left side of your screen. KIRA, of course, will be returning tomorrow to face off against Won't Stop Peaking, as Militant, Phalanx, and MRCZ take another break for tomorrow's games. But today, of course, MRCZ back now for their second match, actually. Yes, Hunters have gone all the way up to 4 matches, played. But of course, MRCZ are yet to play their second. Today, they have KIRA Esports to deal with, and KIRA on the other side, of course, will be playing their second game as well. The difference here is KIRA lost their first game. MRCZ won their first game. For KIRA, the going is tough because losing your first game in groups is never, of course, easy. Phalanx and Militant, of course, also in a similar position where they've lost their opening games as well, and they need to put points on the board if they want to catch up with Hunters, MercenarieZ, and Shaheens, who have won their opening gambits here at the Nationals.
Yep, these 2 matches will at least be able to determine who will be having at least a spot all the way towards top 4, because let's not forget the top 4 teams will have a chance to qualify for the main event. And I'm pretty sure that this matchup, these 2 matches that we're going to have for today, MercenarieZ versus KIRA Esports, and of course we have our second matchup as well, Team Militant Esports versus Phalanx. So we take a look at the standing itself. Hunters LFO still undefeated in the SA Nationals itself. They played all 4 matches. They ended up winning 4 as well, and they have racked up a total of 8 points by winning 2 matches accordingly. Followed up, we have Team Shaheens, who did play 2 of their matchups, one of which they did succeeded up against KIRA Esports, which it did go all the way to map number 3. 2-1 was the scoreline, which means that KIRA Esports have secured only 1 point itself. Although they did lose the match, they'll still secure 1 point. Meanwhile, we also have MercenarieZ, who also had won their matchups as well, as they will secure 2 points. I believe the 2 matches that we've had from MercenarieZ was up against Militant Esports, where it did go all the way to map number 3, and I believe this should be their second matchup, where they will go up against KIRA Esports.
Yes, indeed. MercenarieZ and KIRA playing their second games respectively, and of course both looking for another win. In MercenarieZ's case, at least a second win. In KIRA's case, their first. Like Baba said, of course, they did win. KIRA, that is, not KIRA, excuse me. Oh, no, actually KIRA. I messed that up there just a second ago. But KIRA did win 1 map in their match against the Shaheens. That's why they have the 1 point. But they want to win 2 maps today and finish things off as soon as possible. But of course, MercenarieZ aren't going to let them. Let's have a look at the maps, folks, that we'll be playing and watching here today at this match between MRCZ and KIRA Esports. The map veto will be going live in just a short moment. There's a couple of interesting decisions that have been made here, particularly from the KIRA Esports side, that we'll get into in just a short minute. Though I gotta say, KIRA need to buckle up. They did lose their first game, and it wasn't exactly all that great for them, so they'll need to change things around. As you can see, the map veto is here. Chalet, Villa, and Clubhouse, with MRCZ attacking the second 2 maps, as in Villa and... actually, MRCZ are attacking on 1 map only. That is Villa, and KIRA are attacking on 2 maps, Chalet and Clubhouse. For Chalet, KIRA were the ones to pick attack, right? Since they got the side pick,
Mhm.
Mercenaries got the map pick. And it's interesting to me that they decided to go attack, knowing full well that Mercenaries were the original team to make this map really popular in South Asia before Hunters, took them over on this map. So MRCZ still have a say on what happens and doesn't on Chalet. We'll have to see how they pan things out, and KIRA how they brace for MRCZ's second half. In the meanwhile, MRCZ attacking on Villa, of course, a much more sensible decision, all things considered. Villa is a defender-sided map, and MRCZ are playing the long game there. KIRA picking attack on Clubhouse. In the meanwhile, of course, again, a defender-sided map, attack, defense second half only makes sense. But that's the map vote, folks. Map veto, I should say, for today's matchup. And boy, howdy, this is going to be an exciting one for sure.
Yeah, an exciting one, and also it's quite predicted from both of these teams because most of the time, even if you take a look on a TC's Pro Series Spring Edition, you always get to see Mercenaries pick map Chalet specifically. That was the highest chances for MRCZ to be winning most of their round, especially with them being on attack on first. KIRA also does the same thing as well, but instead of picking their strongest map, Clubhouse or Oregon, they'll just go with map Villa instead. And of course, the third most picked map in this region is also on map Villa as well. So I'm pretty I'm pretty sure that KIRA Esports have a solid control towards on that specific map, but I could say on Chalet things will be a bit difficult from Mercenaries' end. But their main goal is to make sure that they need to get at least a point or two, and winning this matchup will at least secure their spot towards third or fourth place. So it's everything's on the line for KIRA Esports here, Jack.
Pretty much, right. Given that third place is currently being occupied by Mercenaries with 2 points on their table, of course, Mercenaries would like to push that up into two matches, 2 wins, 4 points, tying with Shaheens in that regard. KIRA, in the meanwhile, if they were to win this match, then yes, they would also get 2 points, which would make it 3, putting them in an unequivocal third position, at least until more matches from other teams and more points are gained and lost accordingly. Well, not really lost. There's no real way to lose points now. There's only points gained in this regard. So we'll have to see how the two teams decide to conduct themselves here and how, particularly on Chalet, they are going to be playing. As we all know, of course, Chalet was Mercenaries' domain, and it might still be, given how Mercenaries has managed to go toe-to-toe with the Hunters and even, fought them to a standstill in a couple of instances on this map, So, of course, we'll have to wait and see about that one. On the other side of things, of course, the KIRA Esports, I was honestly kind of expecting Border to come out from them. They've been really bringing that map out a lot recently. They brought it out against the Shaheens. They brought it out against Hunters in the Pro Series. I mean, it didn't really work, but they tried it, right? And that experimentation was what I love from them. But the thing is, we're already in day 5 of the Nationals group stages. The time for experimentation is pretty much going right past us. And very, very soon, of course, experimentation maps like that will no longer be in the norm. And we'll probably have a few more instances of the SA Classics before we go into the top 4, the business end of the tournament. With all that said, folks, the game itself will be going live in just a short while. Don't you worry. And we'll get to see exactly what KIRA and Mercenaries have to show for us today in this matchup.
Yep. Talk about Mercenaries and KIRA Esports. Although they've had a shaky start, I mean, the same thing cannot be said for Hunters LFO because they're currently still at the top of the leaderboards. First place once again by claiming 4 wins, 8 maps, and securing 12 points. And for KIRA Esports, they're currently in 5th place. So, like I said, winning this would at least help KIRA Esports to gain much more momentum and hopefully making sure that they would be able to get in the standings itself. But this is a very difficult task. And the same thing can also be said towards Mercenaries too, especially with the huge roster changes that's been happening from both the sides. Remember Shinra from KIRA Esports? Well, now he's in Mercenaries. And that matchup is in itself a huge confusion method from both the sides because Shinra used to be on KIRA Esports, and now since he's in Mercenaries, you could say that Shinra might have some idea on how to proceed. So all in all, I've got to say, I really can't wait for that matchup to start up. So without any further ado, folks, let us just head in to map number 1. Villa will be the first map. Actually, not Villa, it's Chalet would be the first map itself, picked by Team MercenarieZ. And there you go. The first matchup prepped and ready. Now we just gotta wait and see what kind of bans do we get to see from both the teams. Will it be the standard bans, the Thatcher and the Meter, or will it be something else?
Well, I guess we'll find out as we go into the ban phase here now, folks. Match number 1 of day 5 is now live for all of our viewers at home. KIRA and MercenarieZ, with KIRA on the attack, MercenarieZ on the defense, Chalet being our first map, and MercenarieZ have the first ban of the day. And of course, we'll have to just wait and see how they decide to go about this. MercenarieZ taking their time with this decision. They have decided to ban the Thatcher. I mean, if we were going to ban Thatcher anyway, why did it take so long to decide on that? I'm not entirely sure. Maybe they wanted to ban a Breacher. Maybe they wanted to ban the OSA. But the Twitch, okay, is going to be banned by KIRA Esports. That's not an operator we see banned too often. We'll talk about that in just a moment here. The second ban has come up pretty quickly as well. It is going to be Valkyrie. No surprises right there. Valkyrie, we've seen over the last couple of days exactly how strong she is for defenders with the amount of intel that she can give you and your team. Oh man, it is just an insane amount that Valkyrie has. And then just the potential from it, the killing potential defenders get. That's very, very good indeed. Valkyrie gone, and of course the final ban from MercenarieZ is coming out. It is going to be the Echo. Okay, Chalet has seen a couple of Echo bans lately. Not exactly sure what that one's about, but of course, now that we have the time, let's talk about the bans that we have seen here so far. Particularly, I want to talk about the Twitch ban, because Twitch has been getting picked up a lot right recently because of well, her drone, to be specific. Her drone is a nuisance, especially ever since it was given the ability to jump. I still don't know who decided that would be a good thing, but I would just like to have a friendly chat with them. Just a tiny little friendly chat, and nothing more, of course. But yes, ever since it's been given the ability to jump, the Twitch drone has been an absolute menace. And in a way, it's nice to see it get banned. Twitch herself, of course, the F2 or the DMR, very, very powerful guns. And we'll see how that affects the attacking team here and now as we go into the match itself. Round number 1, folks. So, with that being said, let us have a look at the 10 players in the 2 rosters that are in the lobby for us today. They don't really need any introductions, but might as well do it anyway. From the side of MercenarieZ, we've got MI7, Shinra, Taha, Din, and Hasib. And from the side of KIRA Esports, of course, we have Vortex, Shrisha, Deathamer, Aturv, and Vidwi. As round 1 has started off with MercenarieZ on the defense, it is on second floor, bedroom and office. And let the games, folks, let them begin.
Yep, let it begin. MercenarieZ. They've already secured first of their matchups up against Militant Esports, 2-1. And now they're looking to find their second and ensuring that they would have confirmed spot in towards the playoffs. The major difficulties has to be these best of 3s, because if MercenarieZ let KIRA Esports secure map number 2, they'll at least have 1 map at their disposals, which means that they would have even much more chance to succeed. And MercenarieZ would also make sure that winning would at least gain good points as well. Securing 2 points is exactly what they require. And I kind of like how the setups has been placed all the way towards libraries, and instead of playing in the library itself, we will see the players play all the way towards mezzanine. You have some good protection from the deployable shields, but all in all, it always depends on the attacker's push, and I believe that is exactly what's going to happen with Hasib already getting detected all the way from the stairs itself with the help of the attack drones. KIRA Esports are just taking it slow and steady, hoping that they'll be able to find a player or two.
All right, then. Ooh, all right. Okay. Hasib actually gets away with that. I'm not exactly sure where he got that kill from. Taha has taken a bit of damage, but Vidwi is the one to go down. The Nook, unfortunately, not going to be too effective in this first round here. Oh, Hasib gets a second. Vortex is now down, and Hasib, okay, just getting players left and right. Might as well get the 4K coming down the Solarium stairs, but the Iana Shrisha has since moved out of there. But no, the Sledge hasn't. Deathamer goes down. And Hasib is looking for the ace right now. He could be on 40, but no, denied. Shrisha gets the jump on him. The Capcan goes down, but the damage is already done. As we all can see, folks, it is right now a full 1v4 with the warden outside of the building. Taha just being a bit of a general nuisance here for the Iana. Shrisha has to deal with this, and the players coming down Solarium stairs. There's one, that's the Goya, goes down. Double kill for Shrisha now. Could be getting a triple. Gotta watch the Solarium stairs again. There is somebody there, the alibi. Shinra has to be careful. Oh, finds him while he was gonna toss the grenade. Shrisha going down. And MercenarieZ winning round number 1 with an absolutely amazing play from Hasib. We didn't get to see the kill on Vidwi, but I guess that didn't matter in the end. Beautiful shots left and right. I just gotta say, man, Hasib, beautifully done in round number 1.
Yep, round number 1, a solid start for MercenarieZ, as we will get to see Hasib secure 4 kills in the first round itself. Kind of like the approach how KIRA Esports went. They decided, you know what, since Mezzanine will be heavily fortified, how about we just go all the way towards Trophy and hope that we would find at least a player or two. Turns out the hold that Hasib was so strong all the way towards Solarium stairs, they didn't even want any players to push in from that particular place. And since they started to lose a lot of players one by one, the peaks from Hasib was just so on point. KIRA Esports, they had no other choice but to fight head-on, especially with a major man-count disadvantage that they had to deal with, a 1v4 with Shrisha, who was left all by himself. No information being given, but somehow he still decides to hold his ground all the way towards Kitchen. And all in all, for KIRA, still gotta wonder whether if pushing towards Trophy was a good idea or not, because definitely did not. So I hope that KIRA Esports would make a different set of approach, this time pushing in towards Mezzanine, hoping that they'll at least be able to get a control or two, especially the deployable shield where Den is currently holding on to all the way from the blue stairs. Once they get control of it, that would be more than enough for KIRA Esports to get control on that particular site. But the amount of rotates and flanks that KIRA Esports needs to deal with, apparently when you take a look at the operators on the side of KIRA Esports, they don't have any denial ops here, Jack.
Yeah, they really don't, right? No secondary EMPs either from them. Looks like they're going to be relying on grenades to take care of any and all anti-denial or, anti-utility type of defensive setups that MercenarieZ might have. Of course, there's players on second floor ready and waiting for a push. Roam clear something to come their way, but nothing so far. There's one player on the balcony of Office. That could be one thing that they need to watch for. There is a player, of course, also on the library balcony side of things. Taha could find one, gets it down, but he doesn't know. And, of course, the Sledge might just be able to walk away, but no, Deathhammer gets cleaned up. Hasib finishing off that kill to start things off. Of course, the Vigil, Taha, would be the one credited with that kill, I believe, because he was the one to get the down, right there. As in the meanwhile, Atar was taking a bit of damage. That's from Shinra, the Frost, playing around the hallway, Gotta be careful of another one. Sees the head. Can't quite get the shot. Backs off. There's Din on the other side, of course, of this same hallway that is on top of blue stairs. You gotta be careful on where you're positioning yourself. The attackers are very much caught in a pins and needles situation where they can't seem to walk 2 feet without getting stung by something or the other. A kill, a couple of shots, health lost, there you go again. But if he finds one, and oh my goodness, huge collapse right there, as Shinra, myself, and Din all go down, and Atar finds Taha. Hasib is suddenly caught in a 1v4. Sees Diana, the Gemini should see the Capcan here, and it does. Shrisha doesn't have to worry about it. Avidwi gets taken down by Hasib. Avidwi gets Hasib, goes to take down Hasib. Wow, I nearly messed up. No, but MRCZ will lose round number 2. KIRA, I'm not exactly sure how they managed to make MRCZ collapse like that, but they clearly had a plan, and of course, that plan working and bearing fruit. MRCZ are now equalized upon 1-1 going into round 3.
Yeah, I kind of like the way how they've made a push towards libraries, and especially from KIRA's end. First, although I've got to admit, the down which is confirmed from the Vigil did get to remove that armor, and for a moment when I thought the Sledge was downed and had been removed, usage of vertical lines of sight, or maybe having a quick rotate all towards the side on second floor Office through towards the mezzanine hallway was a definite no-go. So making a decision to brute force themselves all the way towards the library window, and then making an attempt to remove players one by one at that particular spot is very risky from KIRA Esports. But somehow they made it work. So much so that they ended up removing 3 players all the way from the second floor and also getting control on that important place both at the same time. Bar and gaming rooms' main weakness is second floor itself. The mezzanine hallway and library, they need to waste a lot of time. And if one player isn't present at that particular place, you are more likely to be losing the first player's control as well. And KIRA Esports, they have done a magnificent job when it comes to getting that particular control. But Shisha, on the other hand, he will succeed with the first frag out, and that too all the way long towards the library's end, succeeding his first frag. I believe there was some issues being made from MRCZ's end. One of the players would be disconnected. But all in all, for KIRA Esports, having a strong start already, now they just got to figure out a way to gain control on library, especially with that deployable shield being placed from that particular spot.
That's the thing, right? The operator they lost was the Legion as well, so those goo mines will no longer be in play for the rest of the round. Sure, MI7 did detect, and that would have happened regardless of getting killed or not, so it is unfortunate for MRCZ nonetheless. Flashbangs have come out, and everybody's going to send the RCE Retero. Shinra trying to get away, but there's no real anywhere to go. Gets blown up by the Retero. That's the first time I'm seeing that in a competitive Siege game, that the Retero has actively taken somebody's life like that. Of course, that is a massive, massive drop right there. This is why the Flores gets banned so often, because of these Rotero drones, because they are such a nuisance for the defenders to deal with. And now, of course, that means second floor has been cleared out entirely, and Din going down. Vortex gets retraded immediately by Taha, who gets that one, but is now slightly low on HP. There's somebody in the main lobby area, but that was a Vidwi who finds a Sieve, excuse me, right there. The alibi, of course, found only the Gemini replicator, gets the down on one, but there's Shrisha from the hallway who finds the final kill. KIRA playing very methodical and playing very, very well, as they'll be the ones to win out round number 3, which of course puts this on a 2-1 with KIRA in the lead.
Yep. 2 wins on attack is a good way for KIRA Esports to be securing that round, and also quite unexpected that Shinra would get caught out from the explosive drone of the Flores. Mainly, it's just used to just destroy those deployable shield. But the way how the angle had been placed, and since Shinra, he did get to see the red blinking icon of the explosive drone, he could have maybe slid it all the way from behind, but you could say that he was a bit more afraid knowing that he might get picked out in the process. So the only other chance that Shinra could have done is to maybe sprint out of that place, or to challenge the dual window angles that you could say that Shisha was forced to be in that particular situation. So maybe challenging those angles would have at least helped him get a kill or two, even while he's getting traded out. But all in all, I'm not gonna lie, the instant control towards library is what is going to give KIRA Esports the necessary win that they need on round number 3. But now on the bright side, you could say that this will force Mercenaries to bring in the mute this time, because those jammers are the only counters that the Flores could just, have those explosive drones not being available for that particular timeout, because they're not using any utilities as of now. You don't get to see them use the secondary EMPs, nor do we get to see them use those frag grenades. I mean, have you ever seen any frag grenades being popped out from KIRA Esports? No. It's just the usual utility usage to destroy the deployable shields, and then when they push in towards the side, they will just heavily rely on gunfight with those properly used crossfire angles. So all in all, KIRA Esports, a really good way of showing their impressive gunplay and also good coordinations coming in towards the second floor library side. But for Mercenaries, this round is where they need to figure out a way to adapt to the situation. Like I said, they could bring in the mute jammers, or they could bring in the Mozzie's pest, but this would hinder a lot when it comes to the operators coordination. So they've got to figure out a way on this.
That they do. They've got to figure out something to change the flow of things, all things considered, of course. And for Mercenaries, that goes doubly so. KIRA Esports, of course, they've got themselves a nice flow going. They've won 2 rounds in a row on first floor bar and gaming. They just need to continue this over on the other sides that Mercenaries might pick. And before you know it, we might be seeing a 4-2 first half. But of course, MercenarieZ aren't going to let it go that far. They will be changing things up. They'll be getting things rolling. But of course, the pause is continuing, folks. Excuse me, I smacked into my mic. I was just trying to put my hand out of my pocket right there. But anyhow, MRCZ right now, of course, the pause is continuing, like I said, because of the disconnection by MI7. Hopefully, he comes back soon. And once he does, of course, we'll continue on with the game itself. And yeah, for the time being, that's really all there is for these 3 rounds. It's the first 3 rounds in a BO3. Of course, things are going to be a little bit harder to call right now because things haven't really developed as far for either me or Baba to really say with any sort of surety how things are going to go. Given that it's Mercenaries, given that it's KIRA Esports, of course, that makes it doubly dubious if we double down on these sorts of predictions. And we'll just have to see, how things end up progressing. I mean, sure, Baba could make a prediction and it'd probably be correct. Let's be real here. But I, for one, wouldn't really like to because mine are seldom ever correct. And I don't want aggressive chewing me a new one once we're done with the match, right? I say that a couple times, but you get the point. It's all just friendly banter between friends here at the caster's desk. But with all that said, I want to see Mercenaries change things up. Bar hasn't worked. Their extension into second floor strategy didn't work. And of course, having multiple players come back to the site hasn't worked either. So they should and need to change things up. Second floor bedroom is now open for them. They can go there again. Although, given that they won round one with Hasib's 4K, they'll have to be a little bit more careful should Hasib go down first or early in the round to not be completely shut down as well. And then maybe they could try changing things up, going to, I don't know, basement snowmobile garage or first floor kitchen, right? Those are 2 sites that are very viable for this map. That is to say, of course, Chalet. But we haven't really seen teams go there, especially kitchen for whatever reason. We'll just have to wait and see if they do go to those maps. And when they do, how they change things up, how they go about adapting to the way that KIRA Esports is playing right now. KIRA, they've got a couple of rounds under their belt. They're getting momentum, slowly but surely establishing themselves on the map. But again, you've got to go that little bit further to really say that, yeah, we've got this map in the bag. And of course, that means winning more rounds. And of course, that means, again, adapting to whatever the Mercenaries decide to bring out.
Yeah, Map Chalet has been a lot of mysterious factors included in it because, most of the previous seasons that we've had, it always ends up being either Oregon or, Clubhouse. Most of the time, yes, we do see Chalet and maybe we see Villa being brought up from time to time. But if you talk about a particular site like basement wine cellar slash snowmobile garage, the amount of chances that the defenders have, you could say it's more of like around 20 or 10%. The reason why I'm saying this is because out of all the matches that we've casted on the SA Nationals and also including from from the 3Cs that we've had, Basement Snowmobile Garage has never favored for the defenders, not a single round itself. The only rounds that have favored a lot has to be on first floor kitchen and dining, and also more so even on second floor master bedroom slash office. Bar and gaming room really did help the defenders to get most of their wins, but Basement Snowmobile Garage, I could understand the main reason why they would switch it back to that particular site, mainly because of the new changes that have been made. Finca doesn't have a good recall system with the LMG, so you see a lot of other assault rifles being coming into the play, like the Sophia's primary weapon. You even have the Ash's R4C still available, but somehow the main problem of it all has to be the adaptations, right? Because most of the adaptations that we've seen in this region, it's still the same. There's not a lot of changes being made, but I'm pretty sure in the next future matches, if we see on Map Chalet, who knows, maybe in this map itself, if we see a basement wine cellar slash garage succeeded at the hands of defenders, I would be very happy about it. But according to what the matches I've seen, Basement Snowmobile Garage, I'm not quite sure whether if Mercenaries would win the round at that particular site, but having picked on first floor and also on the second floor master bedroom slash office side could definitely help them win majority of the rounds on defense.
That's the thing, right? You've got to pick sites that are much more inclined towards defenders. And sure, some could say that first floor bar is actually a pretty defender inclined site when it comes to defender inclined site. I don't know why I couldn't get the pronunciation correct for that one. But first of all, some could say that yes, it's a pretty defender favorite site on Chalet as compared to its overall attacker sided nature. But that's the thing, right? That can be said for just about every single site in this map. Second floor bedroom seems to be the one the defenders have the most success on, alongside Snowmobile Garage, but of course that is debatable, all things considered. Looks like we are going back into the game, folks. Unfortunately, it seems to be a 4v5 as MI7 has not been able to reconnect. Seems like the issues with MI7 are a little bit too, you know, unfortunately, they can't be fixed just yet. So MRCZ, of course, now with an unfortunate handicap of having to play without their fifth, which is, of course, not something that they will like in this moment right here.
Yeah, this is going to hurt a lot, especially in this round. And like I said, since they've been bringing a lot of Flores, that's the main reason why you do get to see both the Mute and the Mozzie being brought up from the side of Team Mercenaries. They don't want to give a lot of information, plus they don't want to let those explosive drones just, get away with an explosion to destroy those important deployable shields that would help the defenders gain that particular cover. So with all of that counters being made, now Mercenaries, they still need to focus on the rest of the players, and that has to be from Shrisha and also from Vortex, who's been dealing a lot of major damage while they're in attack, having those establishing those crossfire angles, ending up getting those important kills. But now the main question has to be those frag grenades, mainly because you don't have the Wamai nor the Jaeger. And with both of those defenders not being available in Death Hammer, not being able to notice exactly where the Mozzie's location is, will still end up making some pre-fires all the way towards the kitchen side, hoping he'll be able to find a player or two. I believe that was Taha. Still need to be careful in towards the kitchen side, so he needs to fall back as best as possible. C4 being tossed out. Awidby gets to see that, falls away to safety. But now trouble still brews around all the way towards first floor, because KIRA Esports, they want to get that control desperately.
That they do. Getting first floor control is essential, but Hasib is not going to allow it, not even for a second. Finds the ace. That's a big kill, but Taha goes down as Shrisha gets another one in return. Hasib has to be careful here. Sees the open window and the wall, that is. Takes a bit of damage and falls back. Avidvi going down to Shinra, who's been playing in the basement this entire time. Gets a kill, and of course that once again puts it back to an equal position. 3v3. As for now, Hasib once again peeking this double window. Grenade's about to come out. Not quite, though. Shisha just wants to clear everything out. There we go. Grenade is out. Shouldn't really be finding anything in that region. Hasib taking damage again because he really wants to peek these angles. But of course, it's ill-advised since there's folks watching it all the time. Grenade from below seems to have done the damage this time around. As shots about to be fired. Vortex. Gotta be careful here. Oh, dear me. That was a lot of shots fired. Shinra, Din, Hasib, they're all now low on HP. Varying amounts to, of course, Shinra close to half. Din down to the last third. And Hasib, in the meanwhile, very, very low on HP. He's got to be careful about this. So do the rest of the mercenaries. Oh, he's been down. No, the wall being opened. That gave the Capcan, unfortunately, a bit of a shock. Put him on the floor. It's a 2v3 now. Din and Shinra have to hold this together. Otherwise, of course, it's going to be so very difficult for them. Din's forced to fall back by the opening of the bedroom big window, which means that he can play in the piano corridor, just not in the cross area. As the Gemini goes out, will be shot. That's the alibi's position given away. Shinra, that's a long angle he's watching, but Shrisha's going to be able to walk away, potentially go for a C4 play right about now. Zophia's concussives are in, as here comes the C4. It actually finds him! 10 seconds remaining. Defense has been down, but Din is also now on the floor. Shrisha has to find these final two players at any cost. He's going to come around. He might get shot by the big window, but no, he gets that kill nonetheless. And he could go for the kill here. He doesn't know where the player is, but it doesn't matter. The timer ran out as well. Oh my goodness, that was so close. He actually did not know where the Zofia was, but ultimately it worked in his favor that he was just making a lot of noise while approaching the planter. Plant is denied, and MRCZ managed to win round number 4, which of course means it's a 2-2 going into round number 5.
Man, such a close round, man. And Shinra not having any idea on where the planter was, that could have, that could have been south very quickly. But all in all, Mercenaries being able to succeed in a 4v5 is a good a good milestone, if I'd like to call it. Even with the MI7 not being in the fray as of now, the only thing that they could do is just wait and hope that his power to come back. But all in all, an impressive show of performance and skills being displayed from Shinra, as the C4 did connect, removing one of the important players on the side of KIRA Esports. And with it, both of the players were forced to be in the building. They even had good crossfire angles established. Even with that, Shinra decides to get a little bit of that weak point that it did ended up favoring for Mercenaries. So a, a job well done from Shinra to succeed that round, getting 4 kills in this round itself, a total of 4 rounds that we've had. Now, with the site being on bar and gaming room, they've got to make sure that the deployable shield will be placed as quick as possible. But then I realized they only have 1 deployable shield, which means that they can only place those mute jammers as of now. That will deny good amount of information, and it will deny those explosive drones. Will at least give some good, holdings all towards the library side. But the main problem has to be the grenades. So that will be a difficult task for Shinra to, dodge those those explosive grenades and make sure that he stays alive for longer duration.
I guess we'll see how long Shinra stays alive for. Of course, still got 1 mute jammer in his pocket, interestingly enough. Pretty sure that would have been a nice place to put down that force jammer, but Shinra will unfortunately die with it in his pocket still, as Atharv will find him out. Hasib goes down as well. Atharv gets 2, jumping into second floor, and it's a 2v5. All of a sudden, MercenarieZ struggling on this site, as of course things aren't exactly looking all too well for them. 1 player will fall back down to the basement as Din gets a big kill right there. Vortex off the board. That's 1 massive drop. Taha has to be careful for down the hallway. He's going to go up the stairs instead. There's the shield here to help him, but Deathamer takes him down. That didn't even take that many bullets. Almost a 1-tap even for the sledge. As it's all down to Din now in a 1v4. I was going to say Deathamer finds the final kill very quickly as well. KIRA Esports will, this time around, take Bar Gaming again. And at this point, I gotta say, how many times will Mercenaries lose Bar Gaming before they actually change up the site that they go to? Seems like they finally are. It will be kitchen and dining room that they have decided to go for. It was Snowmobile for a hot minute there. But they need this round. They need to make it 3-3 if they want to have a chance of still winning this game. KIRA Esports, once again, back in the lead.
Need to locate and
Yeah, the main problem has to be the Flores from a Widway, because those explosive drones would just, force them in a very disadvantageous spot. So they will try to make some changes in their operator specs, and we'll get to see Shinra bring in the castle. The armor panels will be very strong all the way towards second floor. So I believe that KIRA Esports needs to, they need to worry about that second floor placements, especially when you have those vertical lines aside being placed. But for KIRA Esports, they're looking very strong from their end. Good choices from their operator specs too, especially with Vortex, who's playing a lot of Zofia for the past 5 rounds, but now he's thinking of making a decision of bringing in the Kebi. It's actually an interesting one because the Kebi also has the secondary EMP, so it will be helpful for KIRA Esports to secure that wall. They'll be able to open up the entirety of first floor kitchen with the help of those exothermic charges. They still need to be careful towards trophy room because that's exactly where you have those long range angles. So if you neutralize those particular plays all towards just by opening up the windows from second floor trophy, sorry, not from second floor, the first floor trophy side, you could say that KIRA Esports have got this in the bag, but you still need to wait it out. You still need to worry about the mid rounds. You still need to worry about the final round. Even with the 4v5 major disadvantage, we've seen Mercenaries come back at a 2v4 situation. So let's not count Mercenaries out just yet.
Well, let's not indeed. But for the time being, again, we'll just have to see how they play this round out. They've got the castle, they've got the extensions to second floor as one of the barricades gets blown up. But how far will that change things? Of course, that's the question here. We've got the Flores once again going in with Roteros left and right. That's the one that's doing so much damage to these soft barricades. Oh, what a shot from Dim there. Nice angle to play with too. Finds the sledge on the piano window. We've got a breach coming up in the meanwhile. That is on the upper bedroom wall. Oh, a third finds Din trying to open up the hatch. Just bad timing right there for Din right there. But the alibi going down means it's back to a 3v4. That's the Gemini, of course. That Shinra will shut down before it can gather too much more info. Still gets the idea of where the castle is, of course, as another Rotero now blows up. The other players are, of course, still doing what they can to get the breach going on first floor, and yes, they have done so. With the breach now done on kitchen, the site is open to be emphasized on, and they've still got 60 whole seconds to do so. Second floor control is still being held down by Shinra, but he knows full well that the longer he stays up here, the harder it's going to be for KIRA to actually get in the site and plant. But of course, all of that depends on him staying alive. Same with the Sieve. He's taking these, fights at these long angles. I'm not entirely sure about these. He's got the C4 as well. He needs to stay alive. Dekebikol going out as Shinra holds an angle up to piano window. The entry is going to come in any second now. Seems like it's going to be from the door as another Gemini is shot out. Hasib's position given away. Sees the player at the top of the stairs, so he'll be taking some damage in the meanwhile. Where is Shinra? He needs to support his team here. He's taking a bit of damage in the meanwhile. Shots are fired. A third taking damage. Grenade is out. It feels like it's uncooked. Yes, it is. C4's about to go out. It does. And it finds the planter. Tha has been downed. And there goes Vortex. It's a 2v2. 9 seconds remain. All Hasib has to do is stay alive. But he's going to be down. No, he's going to be alive. He gets that kill. And Shinra shuts down a Vidwi. The 3v5 works out. And MercenarieZ make it 3-3. Equalizing the scoreboard and taking us to the second half, where they'll be attacking with no one in the lead.
Oh boy, 3-3. Would you look at that? For a moment there, I thought there wasn't any hope for MercenarieZ to hold their, ground in round number 6. Suddenly, we did get to see KIRA Esports have a lot of hesitations while they pushed in towards the side itself. They had the guarantee, they did went in for a plant. All they had to do is just wait for the C4 to be tossed out. And with the DMR not being able to catch that C4 at that particular moment, that gave the opening that MercenarieZ required. And all Shinra had to do was just make sure that the mezzanine stairs was taken care of, and that was more than enough for MercenarieZ to secure round number 6. An impressive performance, as in round number 7, the score has been equalized 3-3, which means now we're going to see MercenarieZ be on attack first, but once again, a major disadvantage when it comes to man count. 4v5. And if you're wondering exactly what happened to MI7, he just had a connectivity issues. We did have a pause timer, but since the pause timer did come to an end, MercenarieZ were forced to continue the matchup in a 4v5. Unfortunate, but MercenarieZ, they are somehow making this work on map Chalet. They have equalized it in the first half, 3-3, and now since they're on attack, you could say things will be even much more difficult for them, knowing that with one of the players not being available in the attack, things will be even much more tougher once they blow up the site and enter in towards the, blow up the wall and enter into the site itself.
Once again, of course, the site on first floor kitchen, as we all know, and as we just saw, this site is quite the nice one for defenders to play around in. But this time the defenders are KIRA Esports, and of course things will change as accordingly. Different operatives will be picked. Vortex bringing in the Thunderbird to keep players alive for as long as possible. Thunderbird, has really slotted nicely into the meta as one of the healers of the team. And not just a healer, but a really good one as well. Sure, Doc is still a fantastic operator in his own right, but here's the thing. Thunderbird has 3 of those stations and can be used passively without Thunderbird having to actively heal people. So, of course, that puts her on an edge above Doc. And that's something that, of course, Doc mains have never really been too happy about. But then again, Doc mains, all they do is... Doc mains, all they do is get overhealed, spawn peek, and die. So, hey, it is what it is. For the time being, seems like the breach is going to be taken care of on the second floor. Yes, and on the first floor in just a moment, as soon as the mute jammer is taken care of. And he's going to go in for the grenade toss here. As soon as he's got a bit of a clearance. Oh, never mind. It's actually been taken care of already. And there you go. The breach is done. 70 seconds on the clock. MercenarieZ, what's the game plan?
Well, the breach is done. They have ample amount of covers being made. all the way from mezzanine stairs, and the main problem has to be the execute, and I believe some major damage has been dealt around from Hasib's end. Just a little bit. He's still alive for now. But the main problem has to be the attackers. And just like you said, Jack, with the usage of the Kona stations, things will be even much more tougher because they have much more possibilities for the defenders to go in with those peaks. And look at those flanks. One of them will be taken out, but Hasib will instantly get traded out with the hands of Shrisha. Death Amar also does the same by removing one more player, and that is Shinra. And with both of the heavy hitters out at the hands of Mercenaries, it all relies on Taha and Din, who needs to figure out a way to convert this 2v4 into a 2v0. A difficult situation, a difficult task, and especially when the smoke gas canisters being present and used around, it's going to be even much more tougher. A third gets one, and the second all the way from the stairs of Mezzanine will get those two important kills and give a good lead at the hands of KIRA Esports.
Mercenaries definitely not going to be too happy with that round, that is for sure. They did get the breaches done, but they kind of just sat there for too long, entirely too long, not really moving forward or taking map control anywhere other than in library and of course main lobby. But that's just the areas you need to go to get the breach done. To get side control, you need to clear out second for a little bit. You need to kill the roamers a little, have somebody on the flank. That Hasib was, but the thing is, as Hasib went down, another player went down as well, Shinra that is, leaving Taha and Din in an awkward position where they couldn't really advance, nor could they do much, do any sort of a return fire, as it were, because inside nobody was really peeking and the smoke was constantly wasting time because KIRA never felt threatened by Mercenaries' push. First floor bar is now going to be the side of Shards going into round number 8. Of course, KIRA going into the same site that they won so many times on the attack. On the defense as well, they'll be looking to continue winning this particular site. Mercenaries, of course, still missing their 5th in this moment. They're going to have to try their hardest to play around the circumstances and just do what they can, the best that they can, that is, in this scenario.
And also, you just need to, worry about the man count itself from Mercenaries, right, Jack? I mean, it's a 4v5. Mercenaries, they're doing the best that they can to ensure that they would have at least a victory or two in their hands itself on defense. But when it comes to attack, especially when you have, a lot of problems and also already down to one player, it's not going to go that easy as you'd expect it to be. And for KIRA Esports, all they've got to do is just wait for Mercenaries to enter in the building so that they can lay out their traps. They can just, mainly just play according to utility-wise, and those crossfire angles has been placed from Vortex's end, and also you have one of the players from Library. So everything has been set accordingly, and even with MercenarieZ, who will succeed getting their first opening peg, KIRA Esports have also recovered with a trade in itself. So for Mercenaries, in order for them to secure this round, they need to make sure that they get the initial frag and make sure that they would not get themselves, traded out in the process. And that is in itself a difficult task to do. The breach, Selma breach charges will be used from the library side, but will get caught out from the Womise magnets. So grenade will be used as well. Mute jammers will be present to deny those Selma breach charges to be removed out of that particular place. But now, the problem still arises at the hands of MercenarieZ because they haven't entered into us library yet.
That's the thing. They've only got a minute 12 remaining, and they haven't made entry into the building itself. As we've got the push coming in, Taha is in here, but Vortex shuts him down ASAP. That, of course, leaves him with very low HP, and Vortex goes down as well. Hasib taking that kill. One down, but the thing is, they still have to, get vertical setup. They still have to get into site-adjacent territory to be able to do much about the whole inside of the site. That's where most of the players of KIRA are. They haven't really done much else, right? Other than, play just a couple of players off the site as they're just holding it back. Din will get the hatch and connector broken open. Shots are fired. That's Shinra taking some damage right about now, trying to get down, but Shrisha finds one more. Gets found, and becomes one more body to go down. Hasib, gotta be careful these angles, really. KIRA have got so many of them, and Avidwi finds Shinra through one of them. That's one more down. They're trying to enter the site. Avidwi is probably going to be the first one to face them in just a moment here. They're already in. Do they know where they are? There goes the Frost. One down, and the plant is happening. Din's going for it. Hasib has to watch this, but no, from the back. Deathhammer comes in from below and gets the kill. Denies the plant. And of course, that means KIRA will win another round here.
Yep, another round, another victory for KIRA Esports, as they'll secure their defensive round once again to a 5-3 just by playing accordingly to time. And when Mercenaries, when they thought they had the advantage, it always came down to the information game. And unfortunately, Mercenaries, without having any idea about one of the players who did go all the way, making his huge flank towards the garage stairs, Snowball Garage. It's not a lot that we could say that MRCZ could win this matchup, right? I mean, yes, of course, disadvantage, like I said already for the past 3 rounds, but hopefully with the timeout being requested by Mercenaries, we could see MI7, coming back into the fray, hoping that we would see a chance for MRCG to bring things back accordingly. But the amount of rounds that KIRA Esports have won as of now on defense, with winning all of the 3 sites, I believe first floor bar and gaming room, and the second site, which was on kitchen and dining. Now, since there's only 2 sites left, second floor master bedroom / office, and also on basement snowmobile basement snowmobile garage and wine cellar, I'm pretty sure that KIRA Esports will not pick that particular site. So when they start to complete round number 9 by securing second floor office itself, I'm pretty sure that they'll go back to first floor bar itself, because it's the safest way. KIRA Esports knows when it comes to making their good strategies being placed around. But also you've got to be careful about the roamers, especially for MRCZ, when knowing that they have the major disadvantage in itself. So for now, we see the attackers from Mercenaries slowly making their way all the way towards the library side. Well, they'll have some information being gained from the attack drones. They'll just push in. There's nothing out of the ordinary coming in from Mercenaries just yet. But those Kiba barriers has been placed around from Shisha's end will be a bit difficult for them to deal with. But the first frag from Hasib as he removes a Widwi out of the play will at least give some hopes for them to get immediate control towards library. But how will they deal with Deathhammer, who is currently holding towards the hatch?
That's the thing, right? These plays from KIRA, these positions that they've had in the defense, have simply done Mercenaries in more times than they can count here. Of course, you've got the Kiba barriers, you've got the Aruni Surya gates to deal with, and Azami Kiba barriers as well. You've got the Jaeger ADSs, and of course, a Thurv with those, oh, okay, never mind. A Thurv with the gun, I guess. Din will go down as the Kaid gets the return fire kill. That is, of course, your sledge gone as well. So those grenades will no longer be in play. And again, all of this is happening, right? As Shinra, finds Vortex, there's still a player from down below. And Hasib has to be careful here. The alibi is still there and will go down. Hasib getting that kill. All right, 3v2. This could potentially happen for MRCZ. They just have to make sure they don't lose bodies in any rash decision-making going on from here. Verticality will be used to get rid of the Kaid's Electro Claw. And that, of course, will allow for the ace to go for the Selma breaches. In just a second here. 40 seconds remain, mind you. They've got to get this done now or never. They still haven't gotten the Selma. Oh, no, that could be pretty bad for them. They could go for some sort of breach on the wall. Yep, there you go. The soft wall has been broken open, so they could still enter from there. But they've got to be careful with where they go from. Oh, Hasib actually finding Strisha. Probably going for a jump out right there. A Turf gets one, but Hasib is there to immediately shut them down. Hasib is everywhere on this map. Another 4K, I believe, from Hasib. And in this case, that puts MRCZ, again, 1 round away from equalizing against KIRA Esports. They've also requested a timeout here. And of course, we'll just have to wait and see how things progress. They are 1 round away from equalizing. KIRA Esports, in the meanwhile, they are 1 round away from map point.
Yep, 1 round away from map point.
Oh, not again.
Oh, Okay.
Attackers need to locate and
Oh,
defuse the
not
bomb.
again.
We're supposed to have a timeout, right?
Yes, I think I've figured out actually what happens there. You saw how the main timer, right, didn't actually
Uh-huh.
stop uh, while the timeout was called.
Timeout was in
The
play,
main
yeah.
timer just kept going, right? And because it went to 0, the game automatically said, "Oh yeah, timer's 0. Operators are selected. Let's go into the map." Completely disregarding
10
the
seconds left.
fact that we were actually in a tactical timeout.
5 seconds remaining.
Uh, so that
Attackers'
just happened.
objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yep.
But yeah, so Mercenaries, I mean, for a moment there, once they won round number 9 with Hasib already getting 14 kills from his end. For a moment there, I thought, Mercenaries would have a lot of hopes. And, I believe MI7 would have arrived in round number 10, or maybe they were just trying to, have some strategies being, talked about in that particular timeout phase. But it turns out it didn't happen as much as we'd expected it to be. But for now, as we focus on round number 10, Mercenaries, they still have a chance to equalize this to a 5 to 5. This can happen. But the main problem of it all is that the site itself is in towards first floor, I believe. Yeah, actually, it's not on first floor, it's on second floor, master bedroom / office. And with Thunderbird still being in play, you've got to worry about KIRA Esports making some aggressive decisions in which Shindra will catch one of them. That's a Turfgon. One of the most powerful heavy hitters from the side of KIRA Esports have been taken care of, which means now
Attackers have
it's been
located
equalized to a
bomb.
4v4, and with the Jaeger not being available for KIRA Esports, Mercenaries can now just easily focus in towards the
Attackers
side.
dropped the diffuser.
As the breach is also taken care of, you've got the Finka to heal up Taha from the damage he took from Vortex not too long ago. But there's still one player down below, Shinra. I don't think the drone actually saw that alibi. That could become a bit of a problem if they don't know where Deathamer is, because Deathamer can just sit comfortably in kitchen or just drop down to the basement. I think that's exactly what the alibi has done, seeing the drone go past, which of course would do a little bit better, I guess, in terms of Mercenaries' chances to get into the site. For the time being, the pings are going to come out on the position of the smoke. The breach has been taken care of, so they could go for the plant any minute now. The diffuser has to be recovered as well, and it's been dropped right in front of the breach. I'm not exactly sure about that, but
Okay.
Shinra's going to go straight in. He finds the smoke. That's a big one. Can he get a second? It's Tao to come in and get that one, but Shinra goes down to Vortex in the meanwhile. The Thunderbird getting one, but goes down as well. It's all up to Deathamer, and a big side push from the side of the attack leads Deathamer to be the only one standing. But of course, as Hasib goes with the plant, Din has been taken care of. And he gets the other one as well. It's up to Hasib, the last one standing, in this case, to clutch out a 1v1 in the post plant. The timer, of course, now working against Deathamer. Position given away as he goes into the bathroom. The Iana's looking the wrong way. Hasib is still looking for the entry from the other side. Gets seen. Shots are fired, and he wants to get this kill. But the alibi retreats into the bathroom, opens up a couple lines of sight here, but doesn't see.
He sees it.
Oh no.
Oh, he needs to push.
Just a
Deathamer,
second
he
here.
needs to get
One
the
of these
tag.
two is going to go down, and Hasib goes down. Meanwhile, Hasib missing those shots. Unfortunate, as Deathamer will be the clutch player in this round. Oh, dear me. Mercenaries, I'm not sure how you allowed this to happen, but you did. Well played by Deathamer to be the late flank player that he was, but the amount of side control that MRCZ had, there really shouldn't have been a way for Deathamer to just find these three players one by one. All of them getting caught out, holding these angles, but their reactions were simply way too late. They didn't hold across. They didn't even set up one for that matter. And of course, because of that, and Deathamer maneuvering the situation very, very well indeed, MRCZ end up losing. And because MRCZ lost, we will see map point coming in for the side of the attack defense. KIRA Esports are on map point, folks. 6-4 is the score line in their favor. And if you're wondering why you're back with us when it's 6-4, well, folks, it's a bit of a rehost. Really unfortunate, but it is what it is. Of course, the rehost has been requested. And of course, we'll have to go into that as we wait for the lobby to be set back up. Although I gotta say, Mercenaries, you really, really should have played that, plant and post plant way better than that. You had 3 players alive. The plant was going around at one part of the map. There could have easily been one player in the bathroom, one player holding rotate, the other player holding solarium, and you could have won the round. Sure, let's say Finca goes down anyway. The 2 others should have been holding a cross, one in the bathroom door piano, that little corner next to the bathroom door in piano, the other one inside a bedroom proper. That's all you need to do, because you now know where the alibi is coming from. And even if the alibi goes to solarium stairs, you've got plenty of time to rotate accordingly and set up a different cross. But everyone just wanted to peek for some reason. And of course, Deathamer is more than capable of shutting you down in those sorts of instances, and that's exactly what he did. Beautiful clutch by Deathamer in the post plant 1v3. Post plant diffuser as well will be denied. And of course, that's how it's a 6-4, not a 5-5. MercenarieZ, a couple of big mistakes there, sadly.
Yes, indeed. And I think it mainly has to do with the drone work that you could say it's all the plays. Actually, yeah, I was trying to talk about the drone works, right? Yeah, the drone work that you've seen
Yeah,
from
yeah.
Shinra, while he didn't had any proper information on, Deathama's whereabouts, the alibi who was still in towards first floor kitchen, he thought that the whole first floor was clear. The drone was came all the way from the second floor to give him vital information on Smokes' whereabouts. He did that. He did succeeded with an aggressive push with the help of Din's adrenal surge. That did help him attain more kills and more control from the site itself. But what the main problem had to be the information being gained. They had everything towards second floor, but they didn't had enough information on the roamers, and that was exactly where Death Amar got the advantage out of it. Second, I have to agree on Jack, mainly because of how Mercenaries did ended up taking individual gunfights with Den having the LMG in hand. You still got to remember the long range gunfights from the LMG, although you can hit shots like 5 to 6 bullets of them, you still got to worry about the recoil. And knowing that you're going to go up against the MX4 Storm, which has a better recoil control than the LMG, long range gunfights will be a lot more difficult. So it could have been better, just like Jack said, to establish controls, establish good crossfire angles all the way towards the bathroom side, also on solarium stairs, give them much more protection. And with the help of drones, they could have been able to just focus on playing on post plant. But unfortunately, that did not happen. So since we will have this rehost, I'm pretty sure that MI7 will be coming back into the fray. It will be a 5-5, but the major problem of it all is that this will be a 6-4, not a 5-5 equalizer, which means that Mercenaries, they have to win every single round on attack, because if they don't, they will lose map number 1, with KIRA Esports having the lead and also the advantage in the map point itself. So 1-0, and winning Mercenaries map pick itself is going to be a lot tougher and much more easier for KIRA Esports, knowing that the second map is theirs.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? If Mercenaries somehow end up losing map number 1, well, then things aren't exactly going to go all too well for them, given that KIRA are the ones to play Villa. Now, of course, we've seen Villa before, and we've seen plenty of eventful incidents on Villa as well when it comes to KIRA Esports and Mercenaries. So we'll have to just see how that map goes. But because KIRA are the ones bringing it out, of course, that tells me that they have some sort of plan, some sort of strategy on that map that they would like to try and try and use against the Mercenaries here and now. We'll just have to wait and see how that goes for them. As again, we're not quite done with map number 1, of course. 6-4 is the scoreline. It's not a 7-4 or a 7-5 just yet. I dropped my pen right there. It's not a 7-4, 7-5 just yet, but we'll have to wait and see exactly what the scoreline will be. Overtime could also happen. Who knows? The Rios could be because they may be getting MI7 back into the lobby. Maybe MI7 is finally back, and that could be the case. Maybe it's a Rios for a different issue altogether. We'll just have to wait and see here, folks. But for the time being, as things stand, MRCZ are in a bit of a spot apart. I think we can all agree on that front.
Yeah, well, I mean, I gotta hand it towards Mercenaries. Even though they had, they had to play the whole matchup in a 4v5, they at least secured a lot of points on both defense as well as on attack. Attack round, they did succeed in getting one of their points. They did try to even the odds in the previous rounds itself. There was a lot of mistakes that have been made from Mercenaries' end. And first things foremost, knowing that you're already at a major disadvantage, it could have been better for Mercenaries to just, play it passively as best as possible, in which they did not. They did ended up losing a lot of rounds, mainly because of that situation. The coordination that's been led around from Mercenaries isn't quite working well at their hands. And there's a lot of 1v3s and a 1v1 situations where it did favor a lot at the hands of KIRA Esports. Although I'm not going to say that MRCZ are the only one who are making mistakes, KIRA Esports are also making their mistakes of their own, mainly because of the 1v situations that KIRA Esports were forced to be in, and Death Amar being the one who has to rectify those mistakes that KIRA Esports have done in the first place. So they still gotta, they still gotta focus, and they need to make sure that they would not overpeak on certain situations, especially the early peak that we did get to see Shinra get the main advantage of equalizing that 4v4 situation. So Kira Esports, you could say that they are overpeaking mainly because they have the Thunderbirds' corner station. And of course, because of that, you would love to go you would love to go aggressive in most certain situations. But what I'm trying to say is Kira Esports, they also need to be careful, because MRCZ, although they're already a man down, they can still win the round on defense. And that's the main reason why they need to be very careful about this.
Yeah, that's the issue here, right? Kira are very much in the driver's seat at the moment. Even with Mercenaries taking a couple of rounds here or there, it's just simply not enough. MRCC are not stringing together enough rounds. That's the thing. The 4 rounds that MRCC have won, 2 of them have come after Kira Esports won 2 rounds. And that's not a great look for them, I'll be honest with you, because that would basically mean MRCC hasn't been able to do much in terms of taking the lead. They've been able to equalize in a couple of moments, sure, but not much more than that, especially not since the second half started. Kira has just completely shut them down. Now, part of that, of course, can be blamed on the fact that they were playing without their fifth for this entire time, other than, I believe it was in what, round 2 or 3 that the disconnection happened from MI7. So they've gone without their fifth for just about the amount of time that they have been losing rounds to Kira 4. But they've, brought back a couple rounds as well for themselves. It's not exactly been all doom and gloom for the MRCZ roster, as they've had their moments. But again, stringing them together is very difficult when their entire team isn't quite whole, the team that's playing in this lobby. We're still waiting on the confirmations to come in, of course, when players join into the lobby and all that stuff, folks. So once we have a few more updates to share with you, of course, we will. But until then, it's just the two of us here at, at the South Asia Nationals Day 5. And of course, mind you, this isn't the only game for the day, or the night, I should say, at this point. Of course, game number 2 is still going to be, broadcasted for all of our viewers at home. And mind you, if I do recall correctly, the announcement did go out a couple hours ago that today was the Year 7 Season 3.3 patch. At least, yeah, today's the 18th, right? Yeah, it is. So
Yeah, it is.
today
It is,
should
yeah.
be the patch, the balancing patch, as it were, that allows Doc mains to heal 200 HP per stim shot, because Doc definitely needed that. And
Yep.
Rook plates to get withstand, because Rook, Rook kind of maybe needed that. It also ties into his gadget, so it's less egregious of a reason to have withstand in the game. I still don't like it, withstand as a mechanic, and giving it to a whole team just kind of feels like, it's promoting players to play a little bit more fast and loose overall. Because Withstand is a powerful, powerful tool. And then you give it to someone like Doc, bring Thunderbird into your role, and you've got yourself a pretty powerful combination. Probably very niche, probably not very popular, because of course defenders will then have to do a lot of running and gunning rather than relying on utility. So we'll have to just wait and see how this one pans out, of course. But again, it all depends on how the players make use of these changes and new things that are being added to the game over time. Balancing is a big issue. It warrants its own discussion, of course, and this is not really the time or place for it, as we await any sort of news about the lobby for the time being. And as soon as it's up, as soon as the lobby is back, we will, of course, be going straight into the match as well. For now, of course, you'll just have to sit tight, folks, as we are as well to get the players in and get things rolling once again.
Yep. All we can do now is just wait and see that we'll be able to, get things matched back up and running. Don't worry, we will get the match sorted out. You don't have to worry about that. It's just that it'll take a little bit of time for that to happen. So until then, why don't you guys, go ahead and check out Zotac Gaming with some high-end gears, and also make sure to check out our broadcast partner Loco as well. We're streaming both platforms as well, both on YouTube as well as on Loco. So go ahead and check that out as well. And also, we do have to give a huge shout out to Ubisoft as well as the Esports Club for hosting this event as well. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. But yeah, if I have to focus on the patch now that you just said, Jack, Doc. Yes, having a huge heal would just promote the defenders to play more aggressive. And since with the help of Withstand, having the duo combos of Rook and Thunderbird will be even much more powerful to make those aggressive attempts. And since you have the Rook's ability, which confirms a down instead of being removed, there's high likely a chances where you can just pick yourself back up. You only have 20 HP, go back to the Thunderbird, bring yourself back to full HP, and just not play aggressive. It's like you have a second chance at the early round itself, where the defenders could or might have a chance to go in for either a spawn peak or a run out. So there's high likely a chance that the attackers have to be careful around some of those situations, because let's face it, we've been through majorities of spawn peaks and runouts, and the only thing that we feared the most was a Jaeger with an ACOG or a bandit with an ACOG. That was the first spawn peak where everyone used to get so afraid whenever you see a bandit MP7. Oh, one tap headshot with a submachine gun. How does that happen? Well, we'll never know. That's basically how it was. It's basically how the first season of Rainbow-Six-Siege was. And now we do get to see a lot of utilities being brought out. We do get to see a lot of changes being made. But when you think for a moment that spawn peaks and runouts won't be a thing anymore, well, guess what? We have a new patch that will help them promote spawn peak and runouts. That's exactly how it's happening here, Jack.
I mean, I don't know about, runouts specifically. Sure, you could actually see spawn peaks because defenders are still pretty safe there, right? You can still get picked up, or you could do withstand if you have Rook. And of course, I particularly feel like Doc spawn peaking will become more prevalent, all things considered. Because he can just overheal, right? He goes down, he heals himself straight back to 170 HP, which is now the max limit that you can overheal to. But since it's 200 HP that he heals, he'll go straight up to that point from down. So, yeah. Of course, he won't have the Rook armor with him anymore after he withstands, but you get the point, right? So it won't be 170, it'll be like 145 or something like that. I don't know the exact values, but yeah, something along those lines. And as these things continue to happen, of course, the balancing team will take note and continue to change things around, of course. And yeah, overall, we'll just have to wait and see about how the meta is influenced by these changes or any possible big changes coming in Year 7, Season 4, the final season of the year that will, of course, usher in the final stage of the year as well. The fourth stage, which, of course, culminates the year with the SI, 6 Invitationals. I almost said SA Nationals again, didn't I? Now that I think about it. But, mistakes aside, Invitationals this year should be pretty exciting indeed. But before that, the November Majors are there. But before that, the SA Nationals rages on as we continue to wait for the lobby to be finished up. And then we can go into the round itself. Once again, we do sincerely apologize, folks, for the delay as the time and the minutes continue to tick on. But there's really not much we can do about this. I know, some folks are probably going, Caster, start the game already. It's really not up to us. I wish it were, but it really wasn't up to us, right? And hey, if it were up to us, you'd be just sitting here listening to me and Baba cracking bad jokes for 2 hours instead of getting the game. So in the end, I guess it's good that, it's not actually in our hands whether or not the match goes live here now or, 10 days later, I guess. All things considered, yeah, like I said, of course, we'll just have to wait for a quick minute here before we go back into the match. And yeah, with all that said, okay, looks like, we've got some news, folks. The match is ready. So let's go into the next round, round number 11, play in between KIRA and MRCZ, who are back to play another round. It is map point or match point, as the game will say, for KIRA Esports. And as the screens are loaded up, I want to see, are Mercenaries back with all 5 of their players? No, they are not. Okay, so the rehost was still for a different reason. Regardless, 6-4, and KIRA are 1 round away from winning MRCZ's map here.
Yep, 1 round away. Even with the rehost, this is definitely this is definitely going to hurt a lot from MRCZ's end, as it will be a 5v4 once again. KIRA Esports, they have a higher chances to secure map number 1, Chalet, even though this was a map being picked by Team Mercenaries. And now all they've got to do is just ensure that they have victory towards first floor bar and gaming room. But let's not forget, Mercenaries, they are always close when it comes to getting control towards the site itself. They've succeeded on post plans, which means that Mercenaries, they also have a higher chances of doing it once again. Now, the main problem, the main question is from Mercenaries is that would they go in for a fully rushed plays all the way from Windows gaming room, or would they just go in for a normal strategic way by just, removing players from library and then heading into a side? Can be a possibility, but removing players one by one, having sure that they have equal chances to succeed in attack, is exactly what Team Mercenaries are trying to look at. So, oh boy. KIRA Esports already claiming match point. All they've got to do is just win 1 round on defense. They're looking very confident in the second half. So for Mercenaries, they have a lot of work that needs to be done. And with the help of Flores, they'll be able to at least remove one of the players from particular places. But those mute jammers is exactly the one that I'm very much worried about from the attacker side.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see, as right now some damage has been done to Hasib, who really wants to retaliate with a grenade, but of course, unfortunately, that grenade not getting much dividend for Hasib in that moment. Shinra crossing over to watch mezzanine balcony right about now. There's a player on top library. Avidwi going for a longer peek right here, as I think there was a C4 from below, potentially speaking, that just got blown up. But of course, the C4 didn't really find anything as a result of said explosion. Avidwi still in library, and the Jaeger and mezzanine also really not being contested at the minute, as there is only so long that Mercenaries can keep this up for. It's almost like they're stalling for something, but what that something is hard to tell. But the grenade from Hasib, that's a good one. That's going to start things off by finding Avidwi. Of course, as the frost goes down, shots are fired towards Deathomer, who has taken a bit of damage. The Jaeger on mezzanine shutting down the Gemini from getting too much intel. Flashbang is thrown. That's going to burn ADS, and that's going to allow for entry as well. Taha finds Vortex, another drop, and this is now looking a little bit better for the MRCZ side.
Yeah, control has finally been given, but they only have a minute left to get control. And once they have the advantage when it comes to mancard, Mercenaries will not waste any time at all to get into action. But first, they also need to worry about the flanks, which could happen all the way towards the basement stairs. So, got to make sure that every single decision counts for Mercenaries. And the explosive drones will be used to open up good lines of sight. It could have been helped if they had a sledge, but since MI7 is not available at that time, they just need to make do with those explosive drones. Even the holograms will be used to remove those Aruni Surya gates. And here comes Death Armor. Headshot to remove 10. That will be the first kill that KIRA Esports will be able to get out of it. And now all they've got to do is just play accordingly to time. 20 seconds left. Mercenaries, time is ticking. They've got to make a push. And now they just need to be careful. Oh, they forgot about Death Armor all the way towards Trophy. And now trouble starts to brew around from the side of Mercenaries, as they don't have control. Diffuse has been dropped. So does Taha. And now it's all in the hands of Shinra, who needs to class this 1v3. It's not going to happen. KIRA Esports will secure round number 11. And also map Chalet at their hand, securing map number 1. Map number 2 will be even much more tougher for Team Mercenaries.
That it will be. MRCZ, unfortunately, losing out on their own map. 7-4 to the side of KIRA Esports, as they will put themselves on a 1-0 match situation. And of course, that means that KIRA Esports going into Villa have a big advantage right about now. MRCZ will not be too happy about the situation that they have ended up in. Of course, all things considered, part of it was because of the disconnection from MI7 that they experienced, which left them in a 4v5, basically crippling them for an extended period in the match. As we go into the highlights to talk about the game a little bit more, folks, all things considered, MRCZ, I feel like had they had their fifth, this game would not have had this sort of a result. I feel like it would have actually, been an MRCZ match, but they needed their fifth desperately. Without it, of course, without their fifth, MRCZ unfortunately falling by the wayside.
Yeah, it always depends on the man count itself, right? So yeah, I've got to agree on that, Jack. But all in all, KIRA Esports, they've made their good performance as well, especially from the peaks that we said that we did get to see from Death Amar. Great kills, good clutches being made from his end. But when it comes to the control on the situation, right? Mercenaries, they were always this close on either winning a round or closing a round. They always ended up in a 2v3 or a 2v2 situation, which was still manageable for Mercenaries to succeed most of their important rounds, especially on round number 10, where this was supposed to be Mercenaries' round. When that push happened from Shinra, the execute was so good, they removed two of the players, but then Death Amar had to fling back up, winning those individual gunfights 1v3 that it should not have happened from MRCZ. They had the control on the situation and they lost it at the exact same round. And if you think that that was the only problem, well, it happened for the second time too, where they almost had a chance to win those important rounds, but it did ended up favoring for KIRA Esports, especially when it comes to those beautiful holes being made from either a Turf or Death Armor while they were on defense. So let's take a look at the match summary itself and talk about who will be on the top of the leaderboards. It will be Death Armor, having a total of 10 kills, and Asib, on the other hand, two 4K kills, both on defense as well as on attack. He will get 16 kills and a 6 initial kills. My goodness.
That's Hasib for you, of course. When Hasib decides to pop off, very little can actually stop him. And of course, that would have been the case continuing into the rest of the map as well. Unfortunately, couldn't quite keep it up for long. Shinra, 8-8, 55%, Din, 4-10, and Taha, 4-9, also at 55% cost. Not really having great maps, Din and Taha, excuse me right there. Of course, MI7, 0-3, 33%, but of course, MI7 unfortunately disconnected at the right at the beginning of round 3 after going down as Legion. So unfortunately, couldn't really have much of a say in the map regardless. And overall, other than Hasib, the performance from MRCZ was a little bit lackluster, left a lot to be desired for sure. KIRA Esports having a much more balanced and much more overall present scorecard, as their lowest performer, of course, was a Vidvi 5-7 and 45%. Pretty quiet map for a Vidvi. Hopefully we see a Vidvi perk up a little bit in Villa. But of course, other than that, Vortex and the rest, Deathmer and the rest, I should say, definitely doing their fair share of work. And Chalet has been concluded in a 7-4, going to KIRA Esports. KIRA will win MercenarieZ map and go on to Villa, which is their map selection, their map pick, effectively speaking. And of course, that means that MRCZ have got to be careful on that map. If they are unable to stitch themselves back together, well then, we might just see a 2-0 going in favor of KIRA Esports. And I know for the Mercenaries fans in the chat, that sounds really, really unfortunate. And it will be, because MRCZ will then have won one match and lost one as well. But we'll have to wait and see about that, of course, as we'll be going into a quick, short break right before we come back for map number 2. Until then, stay tuned.
Someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Won't you tell me something new? Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
the scene. Back out fresh on 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 the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that passed me by, back my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that passed me by, back my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Won't you tell me something new? Don't you think for the people that passed me by, back my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that passed me by, back my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that passed me by, back my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that passed me by, back my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
the scene. Back out fresh on 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 the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
I waited for someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night and I contemplate for a while. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I back myself, I'll get sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I back myself, I'll get sooner than this. Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I back myself, I'll get sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I back myself, I'll get sooner than this. Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. the scene. Back out fresh on 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 the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn. What's going on? What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Nationals, Day 5 and match number 1 here for Rainbow-Six-Siege, of course, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zota Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club, and excuse me right there, and of course, alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me once again is my co-host, Babagusta, as we had to take a long break there because of the planned maintenance. Year 7 Season 3.3 patch is now out, and we are playing on the new patch. But more importantly, we are going to be going into map number 2 in just a short while here. Villa will be played between these two teams, and after the loss that MRCZ faced against KIRA Esports in map 1, it's going to be a difficult game. Babagusta, what do you think?
Well, map number 1, yes, MRCZ had a lot of issues to deal with, and with that, Kira will succeed in their first map 7-4 on Chalet. But now, knowing that currently MRCZ is in the danger zone, mainly because of this is a map being picked by KIRA Esports, well, it will be a difficult task unless and until the players on the side of Mercy shouldn't have any problems from their end, so we could have an end-to-end. We might be able to see a close match in Villa itself. And if MRCC succeeds, then Clubhouse will also be even much more dangerous for both the sides. So making a prediction like that, Jack, will be a difficult one at that.
Well, that it will be. Of course, I agree with you there. As all things considered, I think Villa is going to be probably an overtime game. If I had to make one prediction about Villa, overtime is probably going to end up happening, right? Because both of these teams, right, MercenarieZ and KIRA Esports, they are very, very good on the map of Villa, right? They've played it before countless number of times. In fact, they've played here against each other countless number of times before as well. So it'll be interesting to see these two teams going up against each other on this map. Of course, they'd like to avoid some of the shenanigans we've seen coming out from them in previous matches on Villa. I'm not talking about Chalet, of course. Chalet was in of itself a whole different issue altogether, but let's not talk about that, shall we? 7-4, though. I do hope that MRCZ have found their 5th in the meanwhile. Even if MI7 hasn't been able to get back, they should have been able to get a substitute player, at least for this map. And of course, through that, allowed themselves a little bit of a reprieve going into the attack phase for Villa, which is going to be itself very, very difficult, of course. Villa is a heavily defender-sided map. And of course, that means that MRCZ have to be on their best on the attack if they want to take KIRA Esports out of this, out of the equation for winning this map and go into map number 3. And that, of course, means that it'll be a pretty long game, all things considered. But we'll have to wait and see about that now, won't we? Baba?
Yeah, turns out I was just, I was just talking, and I just realized that I muted myself. But yeah, as I was
You
trying to
pulled a
continue the
me.
conversation, yes, I pulled a Jack. Yes, that's exactly what happened. But yeah, talking about this matchup right now, it just depends on the ban phase itself, right? Because yes, I can understand on a map like Villa, it is heavily defender favored map, and once you have certain operators like Mira still being in play, it will be much more difficult for the attackers to push in towards the side. So you will expect to see most of the anchored operators being banned. But you still got to remember that on a site like second floor AVG, you see a high likely of picks being made, especially the Goyo. You have the Vulcan shields, you even have the smokes gas canisters, and most of the site is heavily relied on utilities itself. Denial of times, you'd force the attackers to push in towards the site when they only have 30 seconds left, and that's exactly how Map Villa comes into play most of the time. And once you have our first floor site kitchen and dining, you are more likely heavily relied on Pulse's cardiac sensors and the C4 to pull it off. And let's not forget, second floor sanctuary and trophy room, where you have this one particular wall not being reinforced, and you'd bring in the castle. It's just simple as that. As you talk about it on a map like Villa, every single team knows the certain kind of strategies. The only difference has to be the attackers knowing that whether if they would succeed making a single push or just waiting for the defenders to make a single mistake. That's the main reason why Villa is considered to be one of the most heavily defender favored maps in this specific region as of now. I mean, you still have a lot of counters to it, but like I said, it always relies on the ban. So maybe on the attack side, although Thatcher will be banned most of the time, you could maybe see either a hard breacher ban or maybe a Flores ban might come into play, because on Chalet we did get to see them a lot. And especially with the MRCZ not being able to, focus on that particular situation where they were forced to bring in the Mute and the Mozzie, that did not work out. Deployable shields, yes, it still was a 4v5, but in the end, the strategies is what KIRA Esports needs to be afraid of.
And that's the thing, right? MRCZ will definitely have some sort of strategies and some counter strategies as well. And we'll see if those are in effect or if KIRA Esports can seal this out in 2 maps, folks, as we go into the match right here, right now. Map number 2 between KIRA Esports and MRCZ Mercenaries is going live. MRCZ are on the attack, of course. KIRA are on the defense. So KIRA will be the ones to get the first ban of this map up and running. And of course, we'll see exactly who their option is going to be. It's going to be the Twitch once again. They really don't want to deal with the Twitch. I mean, I kind of get it, Twitch is a bit of a nuisance, all things considered, with her drone. And of course, that thing can jump now.
For MI7.
That could also be the case, although I don't know if MI7 himself is actually playing. We'll have to wait and see, of course. And in the meanwhile, Mercenaries with the first attacker ban, they're a bit more standard over here. Jackal will be taken out. That leaves, of course, Thatcher in play. And yes, we've got a little bit of an update. MI7 is indeed back. So, yeah, it should actually be, like Baba said, right, potentially a target ban, all things considered, against MI7, which is an interesting thing to think about. We'll talk about that in a little bit once the bans are over. Valkyrie has been taken care of in the meanwhile. Of course, standard ban, Villa, Valkyrie. We've seen it before, and we'll probably see it again in some distant future where Valkyrie doesn't get banned. Exactly how strong she is as an information gatherer. The final ban, of course, coming in from KIRA Esports, the final ban for this map is going to be Azami. And of course, we've discussed it time and time again exactly how strong the Azami is.
Yeah, especially with those keyboard barriers, which can block almost half of it. You could make your own specific angles in a way that the attackers would not expect. And since they'll be forced to use explosive utilities to destroy that particular keyboard barriers, the attackers doesn't have much to begin with. So if you have to rely on explosive utilities, then you'd be forced to bring in some certain operators who have those specific abilities, like the Sophia's, like the Sophia's Impact, Ash's breaching charges. And if you want to remove those keyboard barriers quickly, then Sledge would be the optimal solution for that. But since Azami's been banned, they just need to make do without that specific operator. And just like sorry about that. So just like I expected, we will see a Goyo being brought out from Shrisha, because mainly the Vulcan shields will be placed all the way towards second floor Aviator's room, which means that study room should be in full lockdown, because if one of the attackers shows their presence towards study room, that Vulcan shield being destroyed at the earliest moment possible would give the opportunity for Mercenaries to just quickly head in towards the side and proceed to Prox plant.
Well, I guess we'll have to see how Mercenaries decides to attack this, right? The Vulcan shields will be wasting a lot of time in this attack of theirs. They have to be careful of this, of course. As you can see, one has been set up on the trophy door already. Probably another one's going to be sent towards the bedroom side of things, as an interesting pick has happened. MI7 has brought out the Osa. Now, Osa herself has been played on Villa plenty of times, so why do I point this one out? MI7 on the Osa is not something I've seen before, I feel like, and even if I have, it might have slipped my mind at the time being, but Osa and MI7 should be a pretty dangerous combo, all things considered. Shrisha waiting for a call for the C4 toss, goes for it, but doesn't get the attacker, unfortunately, for the Goyo, and all that's done is reveal his position lower down the Astro stairs. Of course, an attacker will go to chase, but of course isn't going to be finding anything just yet. Goyo's Vulcans will be pinged as trophy is cleared out slowly but surely. The breach has happened into statuary, but that is, of course, a lot of utility that's already been used up in this part of the map, and they haven't yet found any of these roamers. They keep backing off before MRCZ can do much about them, and of course that's the smart move here. Keep your players alive until the very end and make it as difficult as possible for the attackers to get in.
And since they have good ample amount of control towards Sanctuary Room, the biggest concern has to be the player with the deployable shield in second floor Aviator's room. That I believe has to be either a Tharv, that hole that they're making out, especially with Death Armor. All it requires is just a simple amount of information, but you also need to be careful from that window side. And that's exactly what Death Armor is currently very afraid of. And also you need to be careful of Shrisha, because he's all the way towards the red stairs. He will get away with a kill, and that is Den out of the board. And also the diffuser has been dropped, which means that the attackers need to repick it. There won't be any defenders who will be focusing on that particular diffuser as of now, so they should be safe. But with the loss of a sledge, especially in the early rounds, and with Mercenaries' time taking away to almost 45 seconds, then pushing in towards the side will be a difficult situation for the attackers.
That it will be, but Deathhammer going down can be potentially the spark that lights this match right now. Hasib taking a ton of damage as the Goyo Shrisha down below is still being a bit of a nuisance as he gets Ayan. What a shot! That's gonna be painful for that Zofia right there. Ayan will have to be, we'll have to be sitting this the rest of this round out. 15 seconds remain as they gotta get in here. This could be a huge approach from MI7. He's gonna find one. Can he find two in the vault? Hazib finds Risha. In the meanwhile, shots are fired. A third finding Taha. It's a 2v2. 6 seconds remain. The plant has to happen. Who's gonna get this done? No one. They don't have the diffuser. MI7 finds one, but the last player remains alive throughout all of this. And the Melusi just sits still in vault. The chance was there for the OSA MI7 to turn things around in this, push that he made going in through the back door, the classical hallway door into Games Room. But being unable to find the Melusi, of course, unfortunately, did not allow for the round to go their way. Pause has been requested in the meanwhile, as KIRA has had a disconnect and a rehost request is coming out. Interestingly enough, looks like the issue might be a little bit too much to solve without a rehost. So it looks like we're going to have a rehost right after number one, or round number one, I should say, in map 2, folks. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. A rehost is now in effect.
Yep, once again, folks, we do have to apologize for the amount of delays which has been caused. We had the maintenance as well. But yeah, all in all, the first round itself, I just realized that once Den was removed from Shrisha, Mercenaries, on the other hand, didn't thought about recovering the diffuser first. They just went in straight away towards the site. They could have at least succeeded on a post-plant situation, mainly because MI7 already had control in towards the Barca side. They could have just went in for post-plant, but instead they were forced to go for kills. And because of that, all KIRA Esports had to do was just play safe and let the time give them the win automatically at the hands of KIRA Esports. So I still gotta wonder if MRCZ, are you guys all right? I mean, granted, you guys had a very great fight all the way from the side itself, but you still got to pick up the diffuser, and especially for the attackers, having that post-plant situation is very crucial. And being able to lose a round like that is going to cost a lot, especially with one map down.
Yeah, I mean, already one map down, and, MRCZ not exactly looking all too hot in that second map, round one. Although I say that, right, they actually kept pace with KIRA Esports after the, after the first trade was fired back, and they made it the 4v4. And then they kind of kept it there, right? 3v3, 3v2 even, until KIRA started firing back again while the site push was happening. So all things considered, MRCZ wasn't all too bad on attack on Villa, but they need to do a little bit more. They need to do it a little bit better. And of course, this could still be the echoes of the MRCZ we saw in Chalet. But of course, with their full squad now in, MI7's back, Naughty Ashrit has stepped in this time. And, with their full squad in play, I think they should still be able to play a better game overall. But the question is, how far are they going to be able to take it? What rounds are they going to be able to take here? Obviously, Aviator Games Room we won't be seeing until round number 4, right? So we'll be going to Trophy Statuary and First Floor Dining, depending on which site is won by KIRA Esports. And depending on what push we see from MRCZ's end, of course, that will determine which sites are to be won, which sites are to be lost, and so on and so forth until, the halftime score is established. I still personally feel like a 3-3 halftime is probably going to happen. And then from there, one team will probably start pulling ahead unless this whole back and forth theme that's been going on with this match continues to take hold. Of course, again, slightly unknown at this minute as we wait for the Rios to come to an end. Shouldn't take too long, folks. Don't you worry. We've had a couple of big delays, I know. And of course, the planned maintenance that we had in just an hour that took. Planned maintenance, they always take an hour, right? But of course, the new patch is live, so some changes have happened and all that. And we'll pull up the patch notes and walk you through them as and when they become relevant. But of course, that's a different issue altogether. I mean, I don't particularly think we're going to start seeing Doc and Rook right off the outset, like we were talking about in the previous match, right? But for the time being, we'll just have to wait and see.
Yep. Even with the patch notes still being in play, you still got to wonder that for that to happen, you need to make sure that you have necessary practice for it, right? So hopefully we could see a combo between Rook and Thunderbird, as just like we talked about in the first map itself. But if we focus on Map Villa itself, this is heavily relied on traps, right? You even have the Vulcan shields, the smoke gas canisters. That's particularly how Map Villa works on some certain reasons. And since you have sites like second floor aviators room, which is very, you could say it's a very small room where you might get knocked out from an M5 shotgun itself, because the range itself, it's more than enough to get a kill or two. So second floor, it's always close range combat, whereas you have the other side like second floor trophy and statuary room where you have those long range gunfight itself. And also with the confirmation being given from our admin's end, we just got a call that we have finally got the match and we are resuming round number 2 itself with KIRA Esports succeeding round number 1 on second floor AVG. We'll be heading off towards second floor statuary room or trophy, or maybe they like to still use the utility game and go ahead with first floor side itself. But no, they'll just go to second floor trophy room, which means that the attackers will have more focus towards the astronomy room itself.
Seems like that will be the case. Trophy Statuary, the site of choice from KIRA Esports as we go into round number 2. And like you said, Baba, astronomy becomes very, very important as a result, excuse me right there, of this site selection. Astronomy has always been pretty important, all things considered, right? Even on, the site being Aviator Games Room, when you're doing the horizontal take, you start from astronomy and bathroom, and of course the closet and master bedroom. And then, you work your way through as there's a player or two down below, clearing out the roamers, clearing out C4 players, all of that stuff. And even for first floor dining, astronomy is pretty important because, of course, it's almost directly over the site. It's a site adjacent ceiling, I should say. Bathroom crosses into the site. Of course, bedroom itself crosses over the site into laundry, and statuary itself is where the dining kitchen site has its largest ceiling. So lots of things to consider, right, when it comes to the astronomy room. It's a very, very important room for the defenders, regardless of which site you're going to. But yes, its most important, like its importance, I guess, is most stressed when the site is trophy statuary, of course. Echo's going to be in play this time. Shrisha bringing in that operator, interestingly enough, deciding to go for those 2 drones. Plenty of utility denial going on in the meanwhile towards the bedroom door shield, excuse me. But that shield has been placed a little bit back, actually. It's not quite all the way at the door. Instead, it's at the archway that, precedes the door. So that's an interesting decision being made there by KIRA Esports. Let's see how that one turns out. Thatcher MP was caught out by one of the Y magnets. Another one should be thrown in to deny the other magnets and other utilities that are in play as an E1D scan goes out. Of course, there's a mute jammer in play, but it doesn't quite stop the tracks from going out of it. We've got to be careful around here. 2 players have jumped down below in the meanwhile.
Yep. Information will be gained a lot, but there will be one which will deny information, and that has to be the bulletproof cam. But no, the explosive drone will force the player out of that particular spot. EMP will be used, so does the breach, but Taha, he doesn't want to wait. He wants to go aggressive, but not quite sure if it was a good idea. Third, he will get away with the kill like that, plus the diffuser being dropped, which means that the players now have confirmation on the diffuser itself. This is not good for MercenarieZ's end, and now they need to figure out a way to clear out the entire site on both A as well as B. And look at the way how KIRA Esports are playing right now. They're just gonna play accordingly to C4 plays. Awidwi still has one. They could just make use of it from the bulletproof cams itself. And now this will be more concerning from MercenarieZ's end because they're also losing a lot of time here, Jack.
100%. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what was going on there as Tao just went in, you know, guns blazing, but now it seems like that is coming back to bite them so horribly as they've lost Hasib and MI7 since Din and now the last two standing, and Din's gonna find one. Vortex does go down, but it's still a dire situation. Din gets another one. Okay, this sledge is doing some work right now. 2v3. That's a lot more possible. And there's a player coming around outside the bathroom. Ayan has made his way into Astro, but that Banshee will give away the fact that the line was pushing through here. Shots are fired. Din gets Shrisha. Triple kill for the sledge right now. Looking for the quad as Ayan is inside the site. This is massive, but no Avidwi finds Din. That's massive as well, because the player who was making those inroads has suddenly fallen. Ayan has to do something about this, but the Banshee's stopping him from going too far. It's slowing him down so much, giving away his position constantly, and Deathhammer will put him out of his misery. So close, and such a great attempt from Din. The Thatcher did so much, but unfortunately, it was not enough. KIRA hold on. Not only do they hold on, they win the round, making it now 2-0. And again, I gotta put that question out there. What was the idea behind sending your diffuser player gung-ho into the site like that?
You know, maybe placing some smokes could have at least blocked some certain lines of sight. You know, they could have maybe heading towards the push, focus on two doors instead of focusing the entirety of the site. Not quite sure if, you know, not having any information from the attack drones, but you let Taha with a diffuser in hand would just push in like that. And now, funnily enough, like I expected it to be, 4 C4s at the hands of KIRA Esports and 1 heartbeat monitor. And plus, let's not forget about the bonus.
I love how that
the bulletproof cam.
rhymes. 4 C4s, you know? I love how that rhymes.
You know, it could have been best if they had 5 C4s, you know, to bring in much more pressure. But
Yeah, but it doesn't rhyme the same way, though.
Yeah, I think 4's the charm instead of 3. You know?
Unless we had, you know, C5. I don't know what a C5 would be. I guess it's just another brick of TNT behind the already existing brick of TNT, right?
Or maybe a
C5, there you go.
CCV.
I mean, he's coming from match 2, isn't he? So
He is, and the best part about it is that if we had all 5 C4s, it would have been a CCV. Get it? V is 5. It does make sense. Anywho.
Lost.
But anywho, as we focus on the action phase itself, 4 C4s, one of them will be pre-placed from a Turv. And now they still got to focus on those important explosive gadget. Talk about the attacker's end of it. Peak. Oh, that peak is going to give a confirmed down, which means that Abidbi will be out. Confirmation will be made from the grenade, but the difficult question is, will it connect? No, it does not. Abidbi will still stay alive. But the crossfire angles is exactly what Sledge needs to be afraid of.
That's the thing, though. If he's still alive, he's not quite out of it yet. Which means, of course, that this game can still be a 5v5, technically speaking. Pulse is being detected by the cardiac sensor, and oh dear me, Deathhammer! Is that a double C4? Yes, it is. Din and Ayan, both of them, I think, jumped in the bathroom window at the same time, and both of them got caught out. Another C4 goes off in the meanwhile, but that one, of course, not finding anything. The only C4 that remains is Avidwi's. Has the Capcan made his way back into the site? I think he has. So that's... Oh, he's actually in a site-adjacent room, which is, of course, the mud room or bicycle room, however you want to call it. He's just standing there for now. Not quite menacingly, but Shrisha's going to go down. MI7 does get that kill. That means a bit of intel will be lacking for the defenders because they have just lost the pulse. Something, of course, that they probably didn't want, but these vertical angles, of course, they have a mind of their own. There's still one player in the deficit, mind you, because of how the round has transpired so far. So they'll have to try and get another kill here. Deathhammer, you gotta be careful of the verticality. He's gonna go down as Hasib takes that. 3v3 now. Body count is equalized. Oh no, a Turv! That was the worst time to disconnect, but Vortex is still above as he will get that. Hasib goes down. and that makes it a 2v2. Vortex fleeing the scene as soon as he possibly can. Less than 30 remain, however. The site, at least, dining room has been taken over. The plant is happening. No, Taha gets off it. He's trying to bait these remaining defenders with the plant now. This time he's going to stick it. MI7 has to watch Memorial, and he will do so, but he loses the gunfight. Oh, dear me. Taha getting one in the meanwhile. He wants to peek the Malusi, and he gets the head as well. 1v2 in the post plant. MRCZ will put a round on board, and Taha will be the one to help them do so. With the 1v2 clutch on the ace, that was definitely, almost desperately required for Mercenaries right here.
Yeah, but close round once again. And it has to be Taha who will clutch this round. 1v2. They did secure a post-plant situation in round number 3 itself. Now you've got to wonder whether if KIRA Esports' decision to bring all 4 C4s was a good idea or not. Granted, one of the C4 did catch 2 of the players out, but they decided to use more C4s. Like we did get to see, a Vidvi and Vortex. Both of them used their C4s, which it did not work out well in their favor. And of course, Avidvi still had one of his C4s left to play, but the problem of it is that he didn't had any information or proper information on 2 of the players. They only knew that they were in the site, and they had no idea on where the plant would go out. And since Mercenaries know that there is one C4 play, obviously they're not going to go in for a default plant itself. So they're just going to take that. They're just going to make sure to have some good information, plant the defuse, and hopefully they'll be able to win the round itself. This time, Taha won't be able to make the mistakes just like he did on second floor statuary room itself. So it should be fine. Mistakes has been recovered, and now Mercenaries with the win on their attack rounds, we might be able to see a prediction coming to true here, Jack. 3-3, that can happen.
I mean, they've only won 1 round so far. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. I would say the same thing if it was like Hunters going 0-2 down in the first 2 rounds and then, winning the 3rd one. Because at the end of the day, MRCZ were still very messy in that round. Sure, the round is won. That'll boost their morale quite a bit. But it was still a very messy round. I think we can all agree on that. They were kind of all over the place, especially after the double C4, because the IQ is actively pinging the pulse, right? And sure, that C4, the C4 that blew them up, Deathamer C4, right, might not have actually been pre-placed. Actually, it couldn't have been pre-placed because, of course, if it had been, then the IQ would have seen it, and that double kill wouldn't have happened. So there's still smart play from the defenders, but the thing is, I don't particularly think double vaulting a single window when the pulse is around is a good idea, regardless of pre-placed C4s or not, because, well, that's just kind of how it goes, right? You want to make sure that you don't end up getting caught by some sort of wacky play or weird play like that, because, well, that's kind of going to put your team on a big negative footing. And they stayed there for a while, of course, but the disconnection from a turf and then the 1v2 from Taha allowed them to win the round. But of course, as the pause comes to an end, that was taken. It was taken by Kira's side, of course. We're going to be going into the match once again. Round number 4 will be in play. A turf has come back, and KIRA Esports aren't going to be too happy about that round loss. That much is for certain. It almost looked like, and definitely should have been, in the bag for them. And them losing, of course, will simply add more fuel to the fire as we move to round 4, back to second floor Aviator Games Room.
Yep, back to the side where we will see Shisha bring in the Goyo once again. And just like I expected, the smokes is gas canisters. The main problem for Mercenaries is to see whether if they could waste those utilities at the right moment. But they still got to worry about the angles that's been placed, especially from the deployable shield from the Aviator's room, and also, actually, the game's. No, actually, it is the Aviator's room. Again, apologies. The deployable shield, which has an angle all the way towards landing zone, and then you have one of the players playing towards 90. I think it should be either Vortex or a Tharp who will be holding those particular angles. So making sure to neutralize those particular places first will at least give them a chances to head in towards the site. But that's where the trap of the operators comes into play. The Goyo's Vulcan shields and the smoke gas canisters, which would force the attackers to, waste a lot of time so that they can have at least a clearance knowing that there's no more traps present. We can just proceed in towards the site itself when and then afterwards you have the surprise attack, the C4s from Death Amar and Shrisha. So you have a lot of traps being set around from time to time itself. Early round, mid round, late round, everything is set into stone accordingly. But this surprise pick from MI7, bringing in the smoke operator. This will be an interesting one though, from the side of Team
Wait,
Mercenaries.
yeah, they've got sense. That's an
Yeah.
interesting one indeed. And MS is actually going to get a kill off of that. The upside down repel from Astronomy. But Vortex, in the meanwhile, finds MI7, who tried to rotate back towards, Statuary in the meanwhile. Unfortunately, gets caught out. So my excitement for Sense was there, only to be smushed within 2 seconds, unfortunately. Vortex finds another kill in the meanwhile, Taha going down, and as the Vulcans are being popped left, right, and center, it leaves Mercenaries' attack in a little bit of a tricky situation. Ion is low on HP, so is Vortex, but the thing is, Vortex is sitting comfortably in the site, and Ion has to deal with getting to push into the site, going on and on, further and further into the round. C4s, of course, have been used, a couple of them. Shrisha not being able to use his C4, actually, now that I think about it. Deathmer's used his, and Aturv has one C4, the only C4 remaining for KIRA, which could still be in use. Aturv falling back down to the first floor, and then using that C4 in tandem with the Pulse could be a big, big thing. But of course, as the attackers gain more and more ground, doing something like that is going to be much harder. EMP goes off, and so does the Selma, and that will allow for the Vault Breach to be made, which of course now means the round is in its endgame.
Yep, 40 seconds. MRCZ has succeeded in opening up lines of sight all the way towards Vault and also in towards Games Room itself. All they gotta do is just make a push, find an opening pick or two. But since they have constant information from the monitor sensors, things will not look too good from Mercenaries' end because they don't have enough time, and they don't have enough time to even focus on removing Pulse out of the equation, so they are forced to push in towards the side. They're even much more worried about a C4 play, so they've got to do it very quickly. 10 seconds left. Hasib will succeed in removing that armor. So does Atarv. Huge gunfights being made, and it's KIRA Esports still in the cover and still in the clear with Vortex with the final frag as well. Succeeding on round number 4, all they had to do was waste a lot of time. Even though there was a lot of mistakes that have been made from the side of KIRA Esports' end, they will still recover and put themselves back in the lead 3-1 in round number 4.
That was an interesting end of round scenario, right? It was like the site was basically in two diametrically opposed halves. KIRA on one side in the in the study room, right behind the bar, the smoke playing right behind the bar. In a games room, was smoke of the mood? I actually don't quite remember, but there was a player there in the games room bar, and the last player, Malusi, down below or going up from the back stairs or the front stairs or main stairs, however you want to call it, the one that doesn't have the carpet in it and the one that isn't astronomy, right? So those stairs were the Malusi's area, and just like playing around that part of the map, KIRA Esports managed to ward off Mercenaries, who in their own way were approaching through 90, the Vault, and of course the red carpet stairs landing. So all things considered, it was almost like the site was cut in half, and both sides were defending and pushing the line according to how far they were able to go. Unfortunately, KIRA Esports were able to outmaneuver Mercenaries and take out their attackers one by one. Now, we're moving into round 5 with a 3-1 for KIRA Esports. The site is statuary once again, and we'll just have to wait and see, I guess, for the time being, how MRCZ tries to retaliate. I want to say retaliate in full, but of course, given that they haven't quite been looking at their best at the minute, we'll just have to wait and see.
And even with the EMPs that will be initially thrown all the way towards the window, Mercenaries really needs to be careful on those Umai's magnet nades, and plus the ample amount of information that they get from those yokai drones will be even much more terrifying from the side of KIRA Esports. So you have ample amount of information, you even have the C4s to deny, you even have the yokai drones to disorient any of the attackers who will make an attempt for a spike defuse. Sorry, the defuse on the side itself. But I still gotta worry about Hasib and MI7, who could make their presence known all the way towards the bathrooms side, where their main focus has to be in towards the astronomy room itself. Good usage of the drones and also the EMPs to disorient one of the mute jammers so that they will succeed in removing one of the deployable shield, but instead it is not. Interesting. Another will be used, but this time it will be destroyed nonetheless. But the first frag will also come at the hands of KIRA Esports, and that too it is at the hands of Avidwi. SMG-11 will secure a kill to remove MI7 off the place, and Avidwi, he really needs to be careful when he needs to fall back on that particular place. But no, he wants to contest all the way towards Astro. Does Ayan knows about his position? No, he does not. Avidwi, all it requires is just perfect timing, and that timing is more than enough. Second kill. He gets the third, almost. A trade will happen from Taha. 4v3 as Mercenaries, they're starting to feel a lot of pressure, especially even with the Astronomy's line of sight being made from the attackers. They still have a lot of problems pushing in towards Astro because they are mainly compromised on multiple angles to the side.
That they absolutely are. Like this one that Thurv is holding, the prone peak right here. It should be spotted out. He should go down, technically speaking, and there we go. Taha will get that kill. Dana's taking a ton of damage in the meanwhile. The Wamayu is just comfortably sitting on the cams inside the site. That's right next to the breach as well. And Deathmar actually gets that. Oh dear me. Din going down. That's a 3v2. Hasib down on Astra is now the last one standing. As Shrisha gets one, Hasib gets one in return. Deathmar going off the board. But this Iana is mighty low on HP. Hasib has to be careful. Pushing towards the breach area of the site. What does he want to go in from? Shots are fired. Hasib's going to find the Echo. It's a 1v1. He could get this. The Malusis is going to run all the way down 90. Successfully so. The timer ticks down. And KIRA Esports will take another round. A little messy. A little bit close for comfort. But they got the round. And that's all that really matters in the end. Hasib nearly making the 1v3. Fantastic effort from the Iana player right here. But it just wasn't to be. As, of course, we now go into a 4-1. So, well, guess what, chat? My prediction was wrong again. It's now not going to be possible for MRCZ to take a lead unless they win 3 rounds. And that, of course, means 2 rounds in the second half.
And KIRA Esports, they were prepped and ready once they made a decision to bring in Map Villa. They've practiced every single utility plays. They've even practiced on establishing those perfect angles. Everything is working well for the defenders. But for Mercenaries, there is something that's been forcing them to lose majority of the rounds. Not quite sure what exactly would be the reason. Is it because of the explosive play, or the utilities that they're playing is kind of forcing Mercenaries to not being able to win most of their important rounds? But in the previous round, Avidwi was the one who succeeded in getting 2 kills, while he did get himself traded out with the astronomy control still being at the hands of KIRA Esports. So it always comes down to control and timing. And for KIRA Esports, majority of the rounds they have won mainly due to time. They've been saved by the bell for more than 2 to 3 rounds, with just Mercenaries either losing control on the defuse, nor they would just lose when it comes to time when they're reaching towards the side itself. And again, the bearer of sad news, as one of the player on the side of Mercenaries has been disconnected, so they are forced on a 5v4. Oh man, that is definitely not good. Especially on both of the match in which Mercenaries had a lot of issues. Pretty much sure that Map Villa could also go at the hands of KIRA Esports as well. 2-0 can be a higher possibility, especially with the confirmation of the C4 from Shrisha as he removes MI7.
Yeah, we're back to 4 C4s again, 2 of which have been used as death. Oh, okay. I don't think I saw Hasib getting down, so Deathhammer definitely got that 1 tap right there. Oh boy, Din and Ayan now left to their own devices. Got to do something about this situation, as we just have to push forward and see, as in they just have to push forward and see how far they can really take this, because, you know, they're not exactly having a great time right now, are they? Taha definitely would have been a big help in this round, just like he had been a couple of rounds ago. Mozzie's position given away, but there's only so much that can be done about that as the pulse from below continues to scan. But Ann gets Vortex in the meanwhile. That's 1 down. You're Melusi on 2nd floor, but there's still Deathhammer here. Got a nice little prone peek angle. Nope, unfortunate. Couldn't get the shot lined up in the first cross that Ayan made. And of course, Ayan peeked back, basically doing a double take and seeing the Mozzie finishing him off. Makes it a 3v2, and that's of course much more possible than a 5v2. But at the same time, you got to realize that the remaining defenders are still in the site, and one of them has a shotgun. Sure, none of them has a C4 anymore, but one shot... Oh, never mind. The shotgun actually doesn't work. Ayan gets a turf, and this could actually work out. Now it's a 2v2 in the last 40 seconds of the round. And if things go the way they are currently, then, you know, Mercenaries might actually walk away with a round win here. But we just have to be careful. He's watching the entry door all the way straight, shooting his shot. Of course, that means his position's given away. Din coming around the red carpet hallway, breaking the window. I don't think that made enough sound to be heard at the minute. At least it definitely wasn't close enough, given the amount of comms that'll be going off from both players' ends as well, both teams' ends for that matter. As that air jab is going to give away his position. There you go. That's diffuser dropped, and there's Shrisha to get Ayan as well. Oh, dear me. KIRA walking away with another round. It's a 5-1 first half, folks. And oh my goodness. Mercenaries, they're on the defense. Taha has returned. The pause request was there, but Taha has returned nonetheless. So, you know, we'll just get the pause done and dusted. Shouldn't be too long now because of the player reconnection. But Mercenaries, my goodness, they are definitely not looking good at the minute.
Yeah, they definitely aren't, Jack. And for Mercenaries, in order for them to bring back, they've got to make sure they win a total of 4 defensive rounds back to back in the second half. Sure, just like we said, Villa is heavily defender favored, and when you have an operator's composition like that, you know, having, you know, 2 anchored operators like Goyo and Smoke, and then you have either a Melusi or maybe a Vomai with a deployable shield in hand, holding out that one angle all the way towards landing. It's a very strong hold, and it will be difficult for most of the players, especially for the attackers, to make a commitment towards the side itself. So, which means that they will be forced with only 30 seconds left. They have to push in towards the side, and Mercenaries, they haven't, although they have got themselves close towards the side, in the end it always comes down to the majority of the gunfights itself, in which most of the time we have seen Taha secured a lot of kills from his end. Triple kills and 4K, as he usually plays as the ace most of the time, although there were some certain rounds where he did go all by himself with the diffuser in hand, and ended up getting picked out while the side was on second for statuary room. So that mistake hasn't been made just yet. Taha has been exceptionally well when it comes to his performance as the ace. He's been dealt major damage, but when it comes to the utility denials, that is where KIRA Esports have succeeded on defense. Now, since this is second half, all KIRA Esports needs to do is just make sure that every single coordination that they put in towards the site has to be picture perfect. If they make one single mistake and if they waste a lot of time just by staying into a second floor landing zone, this could happen the same thing for KIRA Esports if they don't do something about this.
Guess we'll have to wait and see how the defensive half pans out for Mercenaries right now, given the technical difficulties and, of course, the tactical difficulties that they have been having for quite a hot minute here. I'm not sure about their chances in this match for the time being, but of course I could be dead wrong about it. I have been before, folks, which of course is one of the reasons why I say that in Rainbow Six, never count the odds before, of course, the match is over. That is what matters most here. Vortex with the Zofia, of course, bringing in the drones towards the horizontal clearing. As you've got the frag grenades being used up, you've got the Capcan traps that'll need to be eliminated before KIRA Esports starts to push into the site itself, because, as we all know, Capcan traps can be rather sneaky. Even though they're like mini bricks on the side of the door, they don't get seen all too often. Meanwhile, Avidvi taking on the RCE Rotero drones of the Flores, trying to get them to get rid of as much utility as possible. Turv is going to see one of the defenders in that connector room, the window entry room, right next to Trophy. And of course, that's going to be the call that, hey, let's get into the site. Let's get into this Trophy Statuary site, yeah? Let's clear it out and go towards the breach on Vault on 90. They're doing the standard take overall, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Victory's gone down below the meanwhile to clear out any roamers, any C4 players that could be lurking down below as the first Tekebi call goes out.
Calls will be given, but it will be denied immediately. Oh, you forgot about the Capcan trap,
Oh, dear.
Shrisha. They even droned it out. They even droned it out. Ayan, beautiful shot. There goes a Widby. Denial will be made from the Goy's Vulcan shield. Yeah, there you go. Third time's the charm. Not for the fourth, but all in all, Shrisha, didn't he had any information from the EDDs? They literally just saw it from the attack drones. Maybe they forgot to check it out. Hasib, on the other hand, gets to succeed with one more, decides to go even more as he just goes all ham in towards 90s hallway, fails to win the gunfight, and now with Hasib being downed and out, you still got to be careful from KIRA's end because they've lost to one more as Vortex gets downed out from the EDDs. Or was it though? Yeah, actually it is the EDDs.
Yeah.
Oh jeez. Oh man. Ayan will secure one more of that too. The EDDs just working to perfection, and now Death Armor will be forced with a shotgun in hand. Powerful all the way towards the landing zone, and now Atharv is actually thinking whether if it would be best for him to push from the landing zone, in which he will. Now, the biggest question of it all is that would it be the M5 shotgun or the precise SMG-11? Because KIRA Esports, they don't have any other opportunities. He will get one kill, but that would be more than enough for Team MercenarieZ to secure round number 7. And I've got to ask you this question, KIRA Esports. You guys were doing so well on second floor. You even had ample amount of information on the Capcan's EDDs. I mean, granted, the 90s hallway, you guys didn't expect it that, but you had information on one of the EDDs. Maybe, pinging it would have been a good idea, but that just did not happen.
You see, that right there is probably a sign of maybe the comms weren't quite clear in the last round. Now, hear me out, right? Capcan traps are pretty easy to spot as soon as you're looking for them, right? You have to be looking for the trap. And of course, given that there's a Capcan in play, there's constantly going to be that element of, is it on this door? Is it on this door? Is it on this door? And the drones will mitigate a large amount of that, right? You'll see the Capcan trap on the drone, pick it out. Your teammates should remember going into the rest of the round. Now, why the Tekebi and then Zofia didn't remember? Well, okay, I can't really particularly blame Vortex for the Capcan trap on the door that goes into 90 from the red carpet landing area. I don't think so. I don't think it's an aspect ratio thing. I think it's more to do with just a moment where they were probably discussing a lot of potential ways of getting into the site and doing this, doing that, and and whoa, and like this, that, we're gonna try X and Y, and probably forgot that there were Capcan traps all over the place, especially as they grew closer to the site. The thing with Capcan traps, right? As a Capcan main myself, I know CCV loves hearing that from me, but as a Capcan main myself, the thing with Capcan traps is there's gonna be 3 around the site, and 2 are usually spared for off-site purposes. Like Hasib, who went off to place 1 trap on the aviator door. You can see, like, right next to that 5v5 marker over there. He's placed one on that door that he's pro next to at the minute. He probably tried to place another one towards study. Those are the 2 traps that have been placed outside. Now, if KIRA drones it properly, they'll know that other than aviator and study entry, all the other doors are clear, and they don't have to check those doors while going in. But they'll have to check doors the closer they go to the site, because those are the harder ones to find out. Hasib, in the meanwhile, is taking a ton of damage, goes down to Death Armor down below. He was fighting Shrisha just a moment ago, but unfortunately, of course, as we can see, Shrisha is still alive, Hasib is not. Big drop right there, of course, for MercenarieZ. Losing Hasib like that is not going to be great for them, that much is for certain, as this 5v4 now continues on into the rest of round 8.
With the amount of damage being dealt around from KIRA, Shrisha still being alive will be much more of a boon. And for MercenarieZ, not being able to secure a kill like that is going to put the defenders in a very risky decision. Not a decision, a risky spot, as I like to call it. C4, will it be tossed from Ayan? Because he knows that one of the player is currently holding in from the window side itself. All it requires is just good information. Wait a minute, Ayan, are you going in for a round? Not quite sure if this is a good idea. but he'll just use it for distraction purpose. That would force Shrisha's attention all the way towards the window side, but it's just a distraction. And for KIRA Esports, they've got to make up for it because they're losing a lot of time once again. 50 seconds left. One of the players have already gained 90s, which means that the whole place towards landing is compromised. And MI7 needs to do something about this. Ayan's attempt to go all the way from outside will try to spook Shrisha, but he'll still stay alive. And Taha, he wants to contest the angle, but somehow he stays alive. Tamar gets a headshot to remove Ayan. This is looking promising with the mute being downed out. And now MI7 is going all the way towards the bathroom side, will get picked out. But he is still alive. He's currently in a DBNO state, but time is still ticking. 15 seconds. That's trying to just rush all the way towards second floor trophy room, but you still forgot about MI7, who still has control on that particular site. And even they've got the confirmation on the defuse. One more kill, and MI7 will confirm 2 kills as well. There you have it, folks. MercenarieZ, despite major issues that had happened in the first half itself, they'll make sure to come back and secure round number 8 as well. Second floor statue and trophy room will be theirs. Although it was they didn't have much time to begin with, right? They only had 20 seconds left. They had no other choice but to push, and they've decided to make a split push. One of them pushing from statue, one of them pushing from trophy, and not being able to succeed getting those 2 important kills really did let MercenarieZ get the control after all, with MI7 still being on the loose into a second floor bedroom. So it did work out well. It's 5-3, and for MercenarieZ, this first floor site depends on how much kills that they can get from those C4s itself.
Here's the other thing, right? Like you said, KIRA Esports simply wasted too much time getting close to the site. For the longest time, right, after the first kill that went on to Hasib, we saw nary a peep from KIRA Esports. They didn't do anything. And of course, that just isn't how you're supposed to push the site like that, right? Like a site like Trophy Statuary. When you're pushing that sort of a site, you need to be on top of time. You need to be on top of the clock always, or at least for most of the round. If you're getting in the site, you need to, have those grenades from below. There were attackers down below. The Sledge and Iana were both below, or at least the Sledge was, right? Deathhammer was for a good long minute, and yet those grenades weren't used. The drones never went into the site. And whether the drones were, destroyed with bullets or they weren't allowed to get in is a different issue altogether, because we just saw nothing from the side of KIRA. Deathhammer will start things off by finding Hasib once again, but as we saw in the last round, that first kill means next to nothing if KIRA does not emphasize right now, because these early kills are great and all, but the longer you let MercenarieZ sit on this position, the longer you let them get used to this, the worse it's going to be for the team after all, because you can't exactly let your enemy get used to the new status quo. You got to keep them on their feet constantly. There goes another operator towards the Astro stairs. The call out will have been given as Vidvi seals off main stairs, front stairs for the time being. The 2 air jabs just to be particularly safe, as Taha in the meanwhile finds Deathhammer. Okay, there goes the Sledge. Those grenades in the soft breach is going to be much harder now as the round progresses on.
Yeah. Although with the Sledge being removed out, you still have those 3 breach charges, so Shrisha won't be having any more problems to open up lines of sight, but you got to be careful about the player pulse, so still have constant information on players' whereabouts. But on the bright side, the defenders don't have any C4s left. It will be used, so no more of those explosive utilities will be present, except the impact nades, which could cause major problems when it comes to opening up yet another lines of sight. And now MercenarieZ, once again, they will be playing accordingly to time, because most of the strategies that we see on defense heavily relies on time itself. Ayan will be detected from the attack drone, will just immediately destroy it and forced to fall back, making sure to have another amount of opportunities. Fire from the UMP, will it get the kill? No, it does not, but instead a third gets it. Okay, all the way from second floor statue, he will get 10, and with the Melusi being out, they just need to focus on 3 more players. They don't have to worry about the C4. They just have to worry about the crossfire angles, but they need to do it fast because they only have 35 seconds. And those crucial seconds will be very important for KIRA Esports to making for a push. But here comes Ayan all the way from the backside by removing a turf. There goes your diffuser. And now they have to make do with kills. This is concerning for KIRA Esports because he had the diffuser in hand. Now they have to go in for the peak. They have to go in for the kills. They even have ample amount of information, and here comes Taha once again, the UMP to deliver a fatal blow, once more with the trade from MI7, and now it's all at the hands of Vortex 1v2. He needs to head in for the clutch, he needs to get the kill, and MI7 will deny it with a beautiful headshot. MercenarieZ, they will just play accordingly to time, wait for KIRA Esports to make their push, and just like that, we will see MRCZ succeed round number round number 9, to put themselves in the scoreboard 5-4, folks.
Don't you just love it when you see a team completely fall apart at the seams because they simply took too long to do anything? I get it, attack on Villa is difficult and you need intel on where you're getting into, and you need, to clear out utility and all that stuff. That takes time, don't get me wrong, yes. But the thing is, you got one of the roamers out at 2 minutes and 45 seconds into the round, right? Give or take. Hasib was gone, right? The other roamers were forced back by the oncoming attackers. It was really just down to the C4 plays. One C4 kill, very well. Anyone can just about forgive that. But then, vertical takes longer and longer and longer and longer. Players take longer and longer to get the intel because there's a meat jammer. They don't have grenades anymore. And slowly but surely, other things start taking longer. And then it just sort of cascades into this situation where it shouldn't be taking this long, but suddenly you've gone from 2 minutes on the clock and starting your verticality to 30 seconds remaining, and you're not even in the first floor yet. Unfortunately, that is exactly what happened for KIRA Esports. 2 rounds in a row, mind you. So they'll have to be very, very careful with how they decide to play this upcoming set of rounds here, because they've just about lost all of their momentum. KIRA winning 3 rounds has nullified any momentum MRCZ had, and of course, that leaves them with a bad situation already, and of course, the disconnection from KIRA's end isn't going to be helping things either.
Slow and steady as KIRA Esports are trying to make an effort to push all the way towards the site, but you forgot about the C4 play, and Taha, the timing itself might be a bit too quick. Not going to get the kill nonetheless, but it will open up the hatch. And Hasib will get picked out in the other hand, which will equalize the man count to 4-4. Ayan's going to miss a lot of shots, but in the end, he will succeed in removing the attack drones. A lot of information drones will be denied from the defenders, but at least they have some vital information on on players' whereabouts, especially Taha. And it's one of the C4 has already been expanded. One single wall bang is more than enough, and Death Amar doesn't know this information. No, he does not. Oh no, disaster struck, and Taha will just get away with a kill like that with the MP. Doesn't know there's one player all the way from downstairs. No, it does not. A quick trade will happen from Vortex. At least on the bright side, they have some good trades being made from both the ends. And for MercenarieZ, they just have to rely on their C4s and the Vulcan shields, because once the push would happen all the way towards 90s hallway, MI7, he really needs to be careful.
All right, then Vulcan is going to be popped. At least one of them will be so. As we've got, once again, one of those situations where the site is almost diametrically divided, or at least it might just be in a second here, as the push has to happen. 50 seconds remain, and KIRA has made a lot better on time overall. But again, those larger issues still remain, where they've just made odd, awkward decisions. That's 2 Rotero drones that have been used up because there was a meat jammer there. Like, they're not going to be going anywhere. They'll just lock up and explode once that meat jammer is taken care of. MI7 finding a different kill in the meanwhile. Shrisha goes down. That's a great shot right there as well onto the Iana, who was solo peeking onto study window and didn't quite know where the Goyo was. 20 seconds now remain. And there you have it. Shots are fired and Din gets 2. As MRCZ are going to win round number 10. And folks, it is now equalized. MercenarieZ have won 4 rounds in a row, and KIRA Esports are just about collapsing. And, yeah. They're collapsing all over the place at this point.
Well, I can't deny that, Jack. 5-5. As we did expect Villa to be very defensive favored, right? And since you've seen most of the plays being made from both the ends, the attack is just not quite going well in their favor, especially for KIRA Esports. And once you have those ample information from the pulse's cardiac sensors, granted, the C4 didn't work out, they still had some minor information. The trade games was going well from KIRA Esports, but they did take a lot of time into removing that one player, and that player was Taha. He did get the first initial kills, a great way of catching Sledge off guard at that perfect moment. But once the push happened, it was once again not a lot of time left. You know, this is the main reason why the secondary EMP charge comes in handy, especially because of that one single moment. You saw those two explosive drones just get caught out from that mute jammer. Imagine if you had the EMP charge, the secondary EMP, which could just disable the mute jammers and can just easily remove two, actually, no, three utilities with just one single utility. That could have been done easily. But since they rely on traditional way on pushing in towards the side, they don't try to use the necessary utilities to push in towards the place. Mercenaries just, realize that yes, we will see players pushing in towards landing. We won't see any presence being shown towards study, except one of the players, maybe an Iana or maybe a Sledge, might show his presence from the window side. But there's nothing to worry. We still have, the Goyer to take care of that particular situation, and the Vulcan Shield would just continue as planned. There is no, backup plan for KIRA Esports to figure out another way to destroy it. I mean, even if you don't have the secondary EMP charge, the entire floor on second floor AVG is soft walled. You could just maybe, have a cooked grenade, or even so, you could just, make a hole, have an attack drone, ping the Goya's Vulcan Shield, and just aim it in a way that you could dispatch both of those utilities at the same time. There was a lot of opportunities where KIRA Esports could have just heading towards the side easily. But all in all, it always depends on how KIRA Esports would proceed in towards the side. And since time is of the essence, KIRA Esports decides to, go towards the side with knowing the consequences. They had no other choice. And that actually did lead the balance being restored. 5-5, the round will resume. And now in round number 11, we just have to see whether MRCZ can succeed it back. But yeah, fortunate for yet another disconnect.
Well, that's certainly going to put a damper in things, I'll tell you what. As Vidri seems like he's going to be switching out of the Flores into the Ace. You've got, of course, 4 grenades in the Iana and the Sledge, but Amira has been brought into play by Mercenaries. Of course, that's going to complicate things a little bit more as well. I don't think excuse me right there. I don't think we saw Amira from KIRA Esports in their defensive half now, did we? Can't particularly remember if we did, and even if we did, it's escaping me right now, but I don't think we did. So, yeah, first Mira of a Villa game, would you believe it? As we've got that now that KIRA has to deal with. As the site, of course, is second floor trophy statuary, but they're doing the, extension into bedroom and all that you normally see with a mirror in play. But the difference is there is no Azami, and they didn't pack a castle. They didn't bring castle here. So it's not a full extension. It's more of like a line of sight that's been made thanks to the Black Mirror that is allowing for these sorts of plays. Here you go. EMP is going to go out. And there's going to be the Selma. That should take care of the mirror window itself. Canister is going to be popped. That will deny the Selma. Although in and of itself, it's kind of like a breach. The secondary, smaller area is going to be broken by the Selma. Of course, it's a 2-part explosion. And that leaves that part of the wall wide open. Is it vaultable? I think it actually is. So that's basically an entryway now. The question is, how does KIRA Esports proceed from here? They've gotten a good thing done here. That mirror window would have been huge and an absolute menace to deal with. As another MP is going to go out, that'd be the grenade toss as well. Taha is now mighty low on HP. One more grenade right at that breach or right at the door, and Taha's going to be, unfortunately kissing his guns goodbye for the round. As for now, another drone will be shot. We've got less than 75 seconds remaining on the clock here. Again, what is KIRA Esports' plan? They're still outside the building. They haven't made any inroads. They've got some utility being cleared. They've traded the diffuser between the players, but again, nothing other than that. Where is their 4th player? Well, Deathhammer's down below. gets Taha as Vidvi finds Ayan in the meanwhile. This is good kills right here. These were desperately needed as another grenade should go out in the meanwhile. Shrisha is taking some damage. Is that shield on the main stairs going to be taken care of? The red carpet stairs. A third has returned in the meanwhile. So one player to man the drone. Shots are fired, but no, the vault-in can't be confirmed on. MI7, unfortunately, not quite able to get that one, unfortunately. If that was a Gemini, then of course that fooled me as well in that moment. But for now, Vidvi taking so much damage. Vortex goes out to Din instead. That's your Thatcher gone. Din's now DBNO, so that's the alibi in a desperate situation. 2v3, effectively speaking. Hasib and MI7 have to get these 3 attackers out of here. Shots fired. MI7 gets Shrisha. That's a big drop right now. Where are the remaining attackers? 5 seconds remain. There's no entry into the site yet. Yes, there is. Avidvi has to go for the plant. Oh dear me, MI7 has found Deathamar. Then there we go. MI7 will get the planter as well. Map point for Mercenaries at the minute, as KIRA Esports are, like I said, continuing to fall apart at the seams. Coordination is out the window right about now, the way that they're playing. And of course, it just seems to get worse and worse each round as their morale gets lower and lower. Their confidence goes lower and lower as well. And of course, you know what that means, folks. It's 6-5. Mercenaries are the one in the lead. They have won the last 5 rounds in a row. And KIRA, they've just vanished into thin air.
Defuse as many bombs as they can.
Well, you could say that, Jack. KIRA Esports. This was 5-1 in the first half, and now Mercenaries, they decide to bring it back by winning important rounds on defense, including the second floor sites, both of the second floor sites, and also the first floor kitchen and dining. The only difference I have to talk about on the attack is that KIRA Esports, like you said, Jack, they take way too much time all the way from outside to almost a minute or 2 and then proceed with the push. Whereas MRCZ, if you look at their attacks in the first half, on the bright-hand side, they at least have control on the site itself. But KIRA Esports mainly won due to time itself. Yes, of course, MRCZ had, ample amount of control. They even had secured post-spawn situations where, all in all, it always depended on how much of a major advantage that they have. And KIRA Esports definitely did succeed in the first half itself. A lot of damage will be dealt around this time in this round, where Hasib will be tagged a lot of damage towards Avidu while he was, on his way rappelling towards the walls of second floor. Outside, not inside as of now. Hasib is actually thinking of going in for a spawn peek all the way from outside, and this might be able to give an information or 2. Oh no, he does not have the information on IQ's whereabouts, so Shrisha will be fine. But with 2 minutes left, KIRA Esports, when it comes to their attack push, they have been, let's just say, time-consuming when it comes to their information gain from the attack drones. But they've got to step it up a notch. And if they have to put themselves back on OT, they've got to win an attack round here.
And that's the thing. Winning an attack round is, it's going to be nearly impossible for them, given how these 5 rounds have gone so far. I really don't see them winning this round. No way, shape, or form, because MRCZ just have an iron grip on this matchup so far. Well, at this map, to be specific. And of course, that could mean that a 7-5 is in order. 7-5 comeback as well for MRCZ. And so here you go. C4 was used up by Ion. Unfortunately, it doesn't really do much damage. It does put Avidwi down to the last third of that Nomad's health. Shrisha also a little bit low on HP. Got to be careful where you step. Those Capcan traps are going to be all over the place. MI7, interesting place to be playing on. Waiting for some sort of vertical opening from the sledge to try and take the vertical battle from. But for now, we'll just have to wait and see. 55 seconds remain. Again, where does KIRA Esports want to push in from? They've got all 5 players active in the map right now. No defenders have gone down, which of course is another issue here. They haven't cleared out any of the lurkers. There's really no roamers in this particular round. It's all lurking, right? That is being done as MI7 will be down. That should be the first kill here. There you go. Vortex is going to find one. But there's a player above now that we are seeing. We saw a player shadow, defender shadow, that is, but Ayan will go down in the meanwhile. as Din has to be careful where he's standing. Hasib in the meanwhile getting one. And that's the Diffuser player. Wait a minute. Diffuser dropped in the site. Tha is also up here. Wants to go for a play. But Hasib just finds a Vidvi trying to throw a flashbang. He's still alive. Hasib's... Okay, the Capcan Traps get one more. 8 seconds remain. You've got to get this. And Vortex does! Finishing off the final player. It was an absolute cacophony of noise, explosions, and gunfire. But regardless of the absolutely massive number of mistakes being made from both sides, KIRA Esports will take round 12. Regulation is over. So, folks, brace yourselves and say it with me. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for overtime? Round 13 is a go.
Here we go, baby. Round 13, 6-6 overtime. You could say we are at a round of threes. Round of threes for round number 13, 14, and 15. Where KIRA Esports can still bring this back. Succeed map number 2 and secure this matchup, getting 2 points in their disposal. And the same thing can be said for MercenarieZ if they have to bring this back up for, to put ourselves on deciders. And that decider map will be Clubhouse. But in order for that to happen, they need to make sure that MercenarieZ should succeed in their attack rounds. The same thing can also be said for KIRA Esports as well. Since KIRA Esports will be the one on defense first, all MercenarieZ have to do is win their attack rounds. If they win this, then round number 14, this would be their round. And if KIRA Esports win this, round number 15, KIRA Esports will be back on defense once again. Which means that the higher chances for KIRA Esports to succeed is more than that of MercenarieZ. So, this round, MRCZ, all they've got to do is just make sure that they have control on every single side, make sure that they remove the roamers as best as possible, and try not to waste a lot of time in the meanwhile. MRCZ, obviously they're not going to waste a lot of time. They will heavily mainly focus on the side itself, but the main problem has to be the roamers itself and the amount of time being consumed, where KIRA always plays accordingly to time. They will always play passively. They will go aggressive as they want it to. But this round is more than everything for MercenarieZ if they have to put this map to deciders.
All right, then. Round 13 overtime, here we go. Drones are out, of course, from MercenarieZ's end. They are on the attack, as Tha's going to start things off with the RCE Rotero. Should take care of the barbed wire. No, he's actually going to go past it and get whatever piece of utility is on the mid stairs there. Should be able to get that taken care of nice and quickly. If it's a Gora canister, then all the better for it. As you have a grenade being tossed, one is tossed, second is tossed. But that same corner, whoever was there a minute ago, is no longer in that area. Breach is going to go off in the meanwhile towards Games Room, actually. That's a big thing here, as Vidvi has to be so careful about his position right about now. Only one of the Selmas has actually gone off. The other one has been denied, it seems, as another grenade is thrown, but of course, no use from that. Vortex down below, taking a ton of damage, has to fall back, as Hasib gets the first one. That's a big kill indeed. A Thurv is off the board. You have the SMG-11 approaching a Vidvi solo on HP. A gas grenade to stall the attackers might be a good idea, as the defenders have to scramble into the site now only. They don't have much time here, and they've got to get back in. Ion using that breach that was made a second ago to try and get the smoke out of here. Vortex goes down. In the meanwhile, Deathhammer finds MI7. The retrade is taken, and Taha gets Deathhammer. So another trade is done as well. There goes your smoke, and it's a very, very bad situation. Astrisha will go down. MercenarieZ very clean on the attack. Very good on time. A much better attack from MRCZ than we have seen in the entirety of the first half. And now it's going to be KIRA on the attack.
Yep, KIRA on the attack. It's funny how both of the first half and second half that we witnessed ended up on a 5-1 scoreline, with only one round of attack favoring from both the sides, from both KIRA Esports as well as MRCZ. MRCZ, on the other hand, on round number 13, that coordination that they've made was just really good. Instead of heavily showing that presence known from second floor statuary and trophy room, knowing that every single utility that they've placed heavily relies the fortification to hold their ground towards laundry. Knowing that weakness, they decided to go all the way towards main stairs, rely on cooked grenades to force some of the defenders out of that positioning in a way that they could break the line of sight, the connected line of sight that KIRA Esports are playing on defense. And since they had control of that situation, they had control on study room, they did open up the line of sight, and all they had to do was just make sure that with that cook grenade being used, they would be forced to fall away they have to, reposition in a way that they would get caught in the crossfire from the attacker's end itself. So that teamwork was really great coming in from MercenarieZ's end, and that will secure themselves overtime match points 7-6. Now, all Mercenaries have to do is just secure round number 14, and the only side that they had lost was at first floor kitchen and dining room. In fact, both of the teams had lost on defense once, and that was on first floor kitchen and dining.
Well, in the meanwhile, Steve's going to start things off very, very strongly. That's a Vidwi gone. A spawn peek, I think, from the Capcan has put KIRA Esports under pressure early. And this attack is just not going to go that smoothly, is it? They're going to have to fight for every single piece of land that they want to take over here. And of course, it's going to be that much more difficult depending on how far they're even allowed to go. Mercenaries on the defense starting off very strongly as compared to KIRA, whose defense was much, much more passive, much too passive even, some might say. As for now, we'll just have to wait and see what the handiwork is from the MRCZ camp. They've gotten one kill, and KIRA have to simply sit on this because they don't have a way to get the Capcan or get a refrag out for the time being. There's Taha down below, who's giving away constant intel as well. This is something that we did not see KIRA Esports do, right? Use the pulse for, well, just about anything other than their sites on first floor dining. And now that I think about it, maybe going to first floor dining or trophy statuary might have been a good idea on their defense. Aviator Games, while it was a good site for them, they also had a very good time on trophy statuary. So KIRA could have potentially missed out there. But of course, that's just a what-if scenario. No point thinking about it now. As more drones are being shot out, denied, jammed, KIRA Esports' intel gathering is being shot and hampered left and right as Zofia wants to go up the red carpet stairs. You've got players approaching 90 as well. The attackers are mighty close to this. Shots are fired. Haseeb can't quite get the kill though. He's going to be approached, and he actually gets the down on one. Deathmer comes in and finds Haseeb. In the meanwhile, C4 goes up, but that doesn't do much damage. 40 seconds remain as it is now a 4v3.
4v3, and here comes the Vulcan Shield, just wasting a lot of time for KIRA Esports. C4 will be tossed out. He's not going to use it just yet. He'll just wait for the attackers to make its mark, and when the time is right, he'll be able to get a kill or two. But it will be used nonetheless. 2 of the nitro cells will be used, and a kill will be done from Taha. 2v4. Once again, KIRA Esports looking in big trouble while they're making their presence known into the second floor landing. The angles are being placed. Vortex still gets the kill to remove Taha, but still got to worry about that one particular angle, and time is running out. MI7 gets one, then gets the second, and just like that, folks, Mercenaries will succeed round number 14, which means that the match is not over yet, folks. We're heading all the way to the deciders, map number 3, which will be in Clubhouse. 8-6, Mercenaries will secure KIRA Esports' map pick winner.
Well, well, well. When it was 5-1 for KIRA Esports, I don't think we thought that we were going to be saying that particular sentence, folks. But Mercenaries have just made an outstanding comeback, going from 1-5 down all the way to 8-6 on the victory. It had to go to overtime, of course, but it is what it is for KIRA Esports. I don't even know what happened to them. I have absolutely no idea what happened to them in that second half, what happened to them during the pauses and all of that stuff. Mercenaries just kept gaining more and more and more and more ground. And now here we are. We find ourselves in a 1-1, and map 3 will in fact be in play. Of course, we'll talk about that more once we go into the highlights. Not just yet. It'll take a second to get that ready and sorted. But of course, highlights will be very important for this game. That much is for certain. As for the time being, I'm not sure what happened to KIRA Esports. Let's go into the highlights, talk a bit more about it. Overall, I'd say that KIRA's attack, yeah, sure. I mean, Villa's a defender-set map. I get it. Losing a few rounds on your attack is natural on this map. But at the same time, folks, how, I can't even imagine how, but how does KIRA end up losing 5 straight rounds? When it becomes 6-5, then they manage to take a round. And even then, it's not enough. Their confidence is shot, their morale is low, and they're just, any gunfight they take, they keep losing. Even head-to-head gunfights that they should have an advantage on, they kept losing, which was a stark contrast to the KIRA Esports in the first half. Look at like the highlights that are, scrolling by right now. As you can see, they were completely in control. But as soon as they went to the attack, something changed. MercenarieZ clearly snapped, right? They were like, okay, enough is enough. We're not going out on a loss here. We're going to be winning this, and you can't stop us. And, well, yeah, they really couldn't stop them.
And the best part about all of this is that most of the strategies that we've seen, both the defensive side of KIRA and MercenarieZ, they used the same thing KIRA Esports did while they were on defense. Remember the Goes Vulcan Shield? It was at the same exact position. And KIRA Esports, they could have at least known exactly what was happening, right? Maybe, just by looking at round number 13 itself, right? The overtime round where MercenarieZ had, won their attack. All they did was just push from main stairs. KIRA Esports, they still kept pressuring towards second floor statuary and trophy without being able to detect the Kapkan's EDD. That was the only main difference on defense. Because of Hasib playing trap operators like Thorn, trap operators like Kapkan, the EDDs, which will force the attackers to either look at the door hinges to remove the EDDs or get picked out with getting dealt a total of 60 damage. So once they make them go in for the push, they immediately get caught out on certain situations where they get stuck, they lose a lot of time, and when they realize that there isn't much time left, they'll just push in towards the side and then just lose to it accordingly. That's exactly what has been happening for both of the first half as well as the second half. And Villa, my goodness, it is just I don't know what to say. It just went all the way to overtime, 8-6. MercenarieZ somehow manages to win this matchup.
I mean, they played well in the second half. There's no two ways about it, right? They actually still put up a great performance, and credit where credit is due. That performance was indeed worthy of getting them the comeback, regardless of how things might have happened. Let's look at the scorecard here, folks, at the match summary. MI7, 15-7, Hasib, 6A, 14-9, excuse me right there, Taha, 10-9, 3 double-digit players in there, 79% cost to MI7, but Hasib was the one on entry, Ayan as well, 2-3 and 2-0, excuse me, respectively. And of course, for KIRA Esports, 13-12 to Death Armor, 10-10 to Vortex. And Death Armor 4-0 on entry, clearly getting a lot of entry kills, but unfortunately, that simply was not enough. The survivability rating on KIRA Esports, all of them being under 1 as well, definitely not a great indicator of things for that roster, as after all, you need to kind of survive to win the rounds, right? But anyhow, folks, we will be going to map number 3. Map number 3 being, of course, our ever-favorite Clubhouse, which is the decided map. And we'll see what happens in Clubhouse. But before that, a short break. Stay tuned.
I waited for someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night and I contemplate for a while. I wish you all the best I can, but I stop myself for a while. I'm staying safe, I don't believe the panic's rising up in you. Won't you tell me something new? Don't you think for the people the best if I pack my stuff a little sooner than this? Don't you think for the people the best if I pack my stuff a little sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna fill your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people the best if I pack my stuff a little sooner than this? Don't you think for the people the best if I pack my stuff a little sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna fill your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege, of course, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotai Gaming, here hosted here at the Esports Club and alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are back yet again for Map 3 of the first game of Day 5. Of course, as we have had 2 maps so far, let's have a look at the results of the maps and what has transpired so far to get us to this point. KIRA Esports versus MercenarieZ, as Chalet was the map that we started it all off on. KIRA taking a 7-4 on MRCZ's map, MRCZ then firing back, taking an 8-6 on Villa, leading to now Clubhouse, the decider map, where KIRA Esports will be attacking first. I know for all of those who might be joining us just now, you'll probably be thinking that it's nearly 9:10 p.m. IST, that is Indian Standard Time, and we're still in game number 1. Well, that's because we had a 1-hour downtime because of the because of the update, the patch, Year 7, Season 3.3, which came out today. There was a scheduled maintenance. You get the point, all that stuff, yada, yada, yada. Basically, delays happened. Here we are, Map 3, KIRA attack first. Baba Gusta, what do you think? What's going to happen?
Oh, man. Second half did go 8-6. So I'm pretty sure on map number 3, we could end up in a similar decision, like a lot of wins being in favor for defense, unless and until we see some major changes in the ban phase itself. Because when I see KIRA Esports, we saw them ban Twitch 2 times. The first map was on Chalet, and the second map which was on Villa. So maybe opting for a different ban would definitely help out. Maybe banning out the Hibana, because Hibana is very strong when it comes to removing the hatches, which they will be forced to use the Maverick, in which he doesn't have any frag grenades, and because of that, Maverick's pick rate has been decreased substantially because of that one particular secondary gadget not being available for him. So banning the Hibana, or maybe banning the Thermite, or any hard breachers would at least help the defenders have a firm control towards basement arsenal room / church. But all in all, I've got to say it heavily relies on the ban phases itself, because if it's still the same similar bans we've seen, Thatcher, Jackal, Mira, and either Valkyrie, yeah, that's the 4 standard bans we've seen on map Chalet. If it's the similar thing, then it always depends on who makes the mistakes first.
That is the thing, isn't it? It's going to come down to who does the mistakes first, who slips up quicker, all things considered. And for KIRA Esports, of course, I feel like that is going to be something they'll have to be particularly wary of, because after all, while they've had experience going all the way down to the wire in best of threes, it's been a hot minute since they've been pushed this far. MRCZ, of course, they're still pretty comfortable. KIRA, on the meanwhile, they're going to have to be very careful how they approach this next map. So, with all that said, let's go into map number 3, folks. The game is about to begin with the ban phase and the usual stuff that we, of course, always get to see when it comes to a match of Rainbow-Six-Siege. Here you go. The bans have started. Map 3 is up and running.
Yep, map number 3, the Deciders. The only difference is which map will it favor to? Will it be for the side of KIRA Esports, who are currently on attack, or will it be Team MercenarieZ on defense? Started off, it will be MRCZ who will decide to go in for the bans first on the attack. And with the bans being made, I'm pretty sure a Thatcher will be banned most of the time. So actually not. A Maverick will be banned instead. Interesting, which means that the only hard breacher left is either Hibana and Thermite. So they could use the soft walls from the kitchen side to open up the hatches very quickly and without facing any problems. The main issue has to be the defensive bans. If we don't see a Kaid ban, then the hatches will be, fully in control for the attackers. And I'm pretty sure that when it comes to the execute on the side, they heavily needs to rely on smoke gadgets or the C4 utilities.
Valkyrie will be banned from the defense in the meanwhile, and I just do not know why KIRA Esports continues to insist on the Twitch ban. It's really not helping them at the end of the day. There are so many other attackers they could deal with. The Thatcher, for one, right? We saw exactly how powerful Thatcher is in the last map, and yet they continue to just ban Twitch for whatever reason. Flores, their defense was picked apart by Flores, right? Zofia, all of those operators, Iana as well. Nope, we're gonna ban the Twitch, and that's all we're gonna do. Valkyrie, and of course the final ban, Mira, no surprises right there, as only Maverick has been banned so far. Could have banned the Thatcher and made it harder for the team, the attacking team, of course, to, get into the side. But of course they want to keep the Thatcher. I do get it, Maverick is gone, but there are other better operators to ban, I'll be honest with you, than just Twitch. That's 3 times they've banned Twitch today, and I just can't wrap my head around it. In map 1, I thought, okay, it's probably a smart thing, all things considered. In map 2, I was a little confused because Villa, Twitch, Flores does largely the same thing, except he clears out even more utility because guess what? Instead of a focused laser beam, he's got an explosion that covers a pretty large radius as well. We saw Shinra fall prey to of Flores RC Rotero as well, if you recall Chalet. So, all things considered, I have no idea why they keep going for these Twitch bans. It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't to me. But it is what it is. Maybe they've got some secret sauce brimming in the back, which necessitates a Twitch ban. We haven't seen it so far, and my hopes are low. But we'll have to go into map 3 to really find out, as the first site of choice is going to be Basement, Church, and Arsenal.
Yep, Basement, Church, and Arsenal Room. The site where the side of KIRA Esports will have firm control on towards the hatches always relies on control either from blue stairs or from main stairs. That's the main difference of it all, coming in from the attacker's side. And if I have to be the devil's advocate here, Jack, I believe the main reason why they banned Twitch is because they want to take care of those precious mute jammers. I guess so, because the mute jammers are very strong, and especially when you have a hard floor itself, which does not require any grenades to remove it, it has a firm control grip, and it would force some of the information drones will be just denied instantly. So maybe that could be the reason why they're banning Twitch, because they want those mute jammers to be effective. But in order for that to happen, they need to be on defense first in the second half. So, yeah, it's, what? I actually kind of agree with you, Jack. I'm not quite sure why the Twitch ban would, help KIRA Esports. But for Map Clubhouse, this is what I can think of as of now, as we get to see the exothermic charges being used. But you forgot about the player, MI7. He just gets a kill, just goes back all the way downstairs, job's done, but the breach will be done nonetheless. Okay, that was.
Did no one?
What just happened?
Second floor? Did no one clear bar? Like, what? There's still another player here. You gotta be careful, Deathmer. Hasib is still hunting, and he's still here. He's chilling, big chilling, in fact. Shots are fired through the window as Deathmer does find another kill in the meanwhile. MI7 goes down. That's the castle taken care of. And yeah, sure, that's a great kill. But here's Naughty Ashrit, came up the blue stairs or stock stairs, whatever have you, and gets a Vidwi. That is your Flores gone. So Flores isn't going to be, particularly affecting in this round either. The captain's position is about to be given away as the drone comes in. It has seen him. So, of course, Deathmar now needs to be careful. He's low on HP as well. Vortex has come in to support. But where is the Capcan? Inside of bedroom. Does Vortex know this? I don't think so. Takes out the camera in the meanwhile. Oh, I don't like this peek from Hasib. He's going to go in and go out as well if he keeps this up. But never mind! Capcan Trap finds Deathmer.
No
Hasib
way.
has been down, and he should be cleaned up on in a minute here. There we go. That kill is taken, but it's still a 2v3 only, because guess what? Someone didn't quite see the Capcan Trap on the gym door.
Now KIRA Esports would be wondering, maybe bringing the Twitch would have at least helped them in removing those EDDs. But nonetheless, for KIRA Esports, they're going to waste a lot of time here. 35 seconds, not a lot of manpower left. So they're just going to drop all the way towards the Yassul room. Great shot from Shisha. Will proceed with post plant, but instead Shisha will get away from the default. And now you got to worry about Taha, who's still at towards a particular spot. C4's being used to open up lines of sight, but it's just merely a distraction. But he doesn't get the kill nonetheless. Shisha will be forced to go all the way towards basement church. He'll be safe. Vortex gets one. This is a huge opportunity for KIRA Esports to succeed on a post plant, because it all relies on Taha. 1v2. It feels like it's like it's a deja vu here once again. The only difference is, can he get the kill? Oh, huge shot! That goes Srisha, but it's actually a trade. A trade where Taha did get the second kill. But in the end, the diffuser will be the main reason why KIRA Esports will win round number 1. I'm confused. I don't know what exactly happened there in the early rounds itself. The EDDs, the initial kill from MI7, running to safety, and now this.
That's the other thing, right? Mercenaries. I'm not sure what the Malusi's positioning was in just sitting at the corner of the wall between Arsenal and Blue instead of being on boxes to get the hatch drop, right? That's where you normally should be, or being at boxes or being at the shelf, wherever, right? You didn't have the Azami, I get it, so the cover was a little bit scuffed, all things considered, but I guess not. We're just gonna sit in a corner, wait for the attackers to come kill us, it seems. So for the time being, we have the first round taken by KIRA Esports, mostly because of the trade and the diffuser being planted. Of course, in that case, the timer is now ticking down against the defenders, so if there's no defenders alive, attackers win regardless. So, a very messy start from both teams, as both of them seem to be completely out of it at different phases of that round. Well, let's have to see if that continues going into round number 2 now, as we've gone to second floor CCTV and cash room, of course. And as the final bits and pieces are put into place, Taha takes, Ashrith took a little bit of damage there. Not exactly sure how. Could have been from the open window behind him on CCTV, as the Azami Skiba barriers will, of course, be essential in protecting this bandit from getting shut down. One breach will happen. That's on the construction singular wall here. Of course, that's what the Turf has gotten done. And Avidwi finds the first kill. Big one at that. MI7 to go down.
Yep, that's one player down from MercenarieZ, and now KIRA Esports, they've got to play this as patiently as possible. Suppressors will try to give at least some good information for Taha, but they're losing a lot of players once again, as we get to see Srisha succeed with his gunfight. Headshot to remove Hasib, and now it's just 3 players left from the side of Mercenaries to figure out a way to bring this match back up and running. Vortex will be downed out. Opportunities being missed from one of the players who are currently holding on towards the garage catwalk, and that is Taha. They still have control on recent situations, and when I say recent situations, I'd say mainly because of man count itself. But time is still ticking out for KIRA Esports, as they've only secured one of their attack rounds, and talk about round number 2, where they have ample amount of information from the attack rounds. They just haven't used it just yet. Now they're going to use it to give information towards cash room. Naughty Ashritz's location will be detected, so it'll be forced to fall back. But on the bright side, they haven't opened up CCTV wall just yet, so you have ample amount of cover. And for KIRA Esports, their location will be known immediately once they make a push in towards construction.
See, my question is, how is KIRA deciding to approach this? I think it's going to be a construction-centric push here. Maybe somebody comes up red. Din will definitely want to watch for that, as KIRA currently have more players alive than, MRCZ. But of course, that barrier is a little scuffed right there. The throw didn't go quite where Din wanted it to, of course. A little unfortunate, which means that barrier will have to be destroyed as well. As there is an attempted breach here going off towards CC wall. Taha will now have to flee, so this is actually smart. They got a bunch of breaches done, and somebody's actually inside the site, I feel like. At least we saw a blue shadow in there. Taha's taking a ton of damage as well. Things are happening all over the place as Vidvi finds Taha. There you go. That's one kill down. And only 2 players remaining. 15 seconds on the clock, though. Diffuser hasn't been picked up yet. Ashrit gets 2, goes down, and Din goes down as well. A third from the CC breach, which unfortunately for the MRCC defense was not being watched. And KIRA Esports now have 2 rounds under their belt, as it were. Unfortunately, seems like we're going to be having a little admin rehost here to iron out some technical difficulties, as it were. So it is what it is, folks. Just give us a quick minute here, and we'll have things set back up once again. MRCC's defense, though, let's talk about it. Shaky in round 2. I think we can all agree on that front. They almost seem to not know where, the attackers are going to be coming from. They almost seem to be unawares of which area to really look at or defend, right? And it was pretty smart from KIRA, all things considered. Their attacks on Villa aside, right? Let's just put that aside here. But tonight here in the second round, that very late round CC breach actually was what saved them from certain doom, all things considered, because there was that thermite on the breach who actually got the final 2 defenders, right? Din and Ashrit. Had he not done that, then I'm pretty sure Ashrit and Din would have actually been able to deny any entry from the construction side, because guess what? Ashrit was already busy doing that. Unfortunately, they didn't quite watch the CC breach enough, which of course meant that the thermite had free reign on that side of the map and was able to clear out the defenders before things got too dicey. And why I say that things were going to get too dicey is because they hadn't even picked up the diffuser. Diffuser was still dropped, and nobody seemed like they were going to be going for the diffuser pickup either. So again, a couple of mistakes covered up by a smart play for KIRA Esports, but it was clear for all to see. Had they not gotten secure of that breach as quickly as possible, well, let's just say that round would not have gone the way it ultimately did. And, Akira would have probably ended up losing the round, even though they had a 5v2 advantage. So, all things considered, KIRA Esports, there's some glaring mistakes here that MercenarieZ will end up noticing at some point, and once they do, it'll be much harder for KIRA to try and make things up or make up for these issues, these mistakes that they've been making along the way. But of course, we'll have to see whether or not we get to that point. It's not an eventuality, more of a possibility. As for now, we've got round number 3 to get into in just a short while, once this rehost, of course, is taken care of, which will, I think, be on Gym Bedroom, because, of course, actually, no, it might not be on Gym Bedroom. It might be on Basement Church again, or it could go back to CCTV, or it could be Gym Bedroom. I could be right on my first prediction try, but at the end of the day, I never really know. Now, do I? KIRA on the attack, of course, so all sites are open because KIRA have won 2 rounds instead of MercenarieZ. MRCZ right now, again, like we said, on the back foot once again.
Yep, you still have one more site, right, on Map Clubhouse. It's first floor bar and pool table room, right? That site,
yeah, but no one
hasn't
goes
been
there.
picked along, Yeah, no one goes there. Even with actually the first and foremost, when Clubhouse was introduced, it was first for bar and stage, one of the most least picked maps on a map like Clubhouse. When they decide to change the bomb site itself all the way from stage towards pool table, for a moment there I thought that we could see a lot of defenders going in from that particular site, but turns out it is still the same, mainly because of the attackers having easier access by just vaulting in from the window, going in for the plant. Although it's not as similar as although it is similar as you'd expect from a map like Chalet, with the first side being on bar and gaming room. But in bar and gaming room, you have specific controls, especially when you have the hatch, that can provide good amount of control, and the attackers will be forced to get control on second floor itself. Here on map Clubhouse, you will be exposed on every single location, even with the walls, even with the soft walls from second floor gym and bedroom itself. You are more likely to get picked out quite a lot. So that's the main reason why many of the defenders, or should I say, many of the players on the region would just prefer going in with the standard sites like second floor gym and bedroom, second floor CCTV, and also on basement church and arsenal room. Now, talking about the attack phase, if the and talking about round number two itself, Mercenaries had firm control on the site, especially on CCTV. Like Jack said, they haven't succeeded in breaching up the wall on CCTV. Thermite had to be the clutch moment to open up the breach on CCTV to ensure that it would be, that they would, get the win for the attackers itself. Because if that breach did not happen, then we could have seen Nadia Shred get away with 3 kills with the MP7 just by those crossfires. Knowing that most of the attackers would just mainly push towards construction, KIRA Esports, if they did not open that CCTV, that round would have just firmly went in towards the hands of Mercenaries. But on the side of Mercenaries, they're also doing the same share of bit of mistakes too. Aggressive attempts of a peek. While we saw MI7 get the early peek, sure, granted he did run away safely, but Hasib also decides to go very aggressive as well. Who wanted to engage in a gunfight outside the windows of main stairs? Evidently, he did get himself. He did get tagged a lot of damage, which did reduce him towards 50 HP. And KIRA Esports, knowing that there is one of the roamers being present to a second floor, that they focused on that one player first and then head in towards the side itself. And once again, that round was supposed to be in favor for Mercenaries because it was a 2v2. They just dropped from the hatch. Shisha gets away with the kill. Immediate control on basement church. They even forced themselves on a post plant. This is 2 times where Mercenaries had, let's just say, they were on close encounters and they failed in both of them. Whereas KIRA Esports, they got away by the skin of their teeth.
Well, I guess we'll find out now how Mercenaries reply to this particular situation as we come back from the rehost, folks. Round number 3 will be in play. Basement Church and Arsenal Room will be the site of choice here. And once again, of course, the Capcan coming out from Hasib, this time the Frost as well. Basement, of course, was the site that they nearly got away with had it not been for a couple of mistakes of holding the actual hatch drop that they ended up committing that, they could have unfortunately done without. We'll just have to wait and see how they, make up for those lost rounds. Of course, as things stand, looking at the attack, I'm not seeing anything too particularly different. Vortex is still bringing in the Dekebi. We still have the Sledge coming in as well. So all things considered, the overall attacker and defender rotation of who's being picked and who's not remains largely the same. Just that Avidvi switching out the Iana for the Ash for whatever reason. Once again, Hasib storing those 2 Capcan traps for use later in the round, as it were. AKA as the Capcan traps that the roam clear has to deal with, because they're your problem now, folks. They're not the problem of where they should be put down. They'll just be the problem of whoever wants to go for a roam clear, particularly in bedroom. Now, all of that aside, what is Mercenaries going to do differently here? Primarily, they don't need to do too much differently. They actually had a good solid hold on round 1. And where they only really went wrong was when they tried, I should say, or they didn't try to stop the hatch drop that ended up happening. We've got a couple of players above, of course, as is the normal case here. on the second floor. I think Taha is already up there. So is the Malusi, aka Din. So that should be enough roamers for the time being. They'll start to play around whatever situation they're given and come back to the site as soon as things get hairy, or if they've got enough time wasted or enough bodies dropped. CCTV window is currently being peeked by the Dekebi, and there's actually somebody coming up the stairs. I think Din has heard this, and he's gonna. Oh, that pre-fire. I don't know if that was. But we'll find Taha in the meanwhile. That's the first kill, and that's a big drop as well. The mute, unfortunately, no longer for MercenarieZ, which of course leaves Din, who was alive just a second ago, but Avidri will take him down. Much cleaner start on a basement church round from KIRA Esports.
Yeah, with 2 players down, KIRA Esports can now heavily focus towards the dropped on hatch. But they still need to be careful on the dummy spot. This is exactly where Hasib is currently playing at that moment. But you still got to worry about time as well for KIRA Esports. They've done a lot of work, but Hasib will get away with a headshot to remove a Tharv. That's the confirmation on the defuse. All the way towards kitchen. Breach charge being used to open up lines of sight, hoping to see whether they could find a player or two, but they're losing a lot of time once again. They've got to recover the diffuser. They have to drop down, and they've got to make sure that they get those important kills as best as possible. And the way how KIRA Esports are making their push all the way from blue stairs, somehow Nodi Yashrit will get away with the kill and still be safely. My god, Hasib, aggressive attempt, a headshot to remove Vortex. One more as he gets to take out Death Armor. Both of the hatches, both of the kills from Hasib, and now it's a Whitby who needs to find all 3 players. My god, that is a good headshot. Long range to deny Hasib. We still got to find 2 more players, and that will not happen, folks, because MI7 is still on the prowl, and he will give MRCZ the win that they require on round number 3.
I gotta say, well played by Hasib right there. The Capcan being as deadly as ever, not with the traps, but this time with, of course, the bullets themselves. We're going to be going to second floor gym bedroom. They really don't want to try CCTV given how unfortunately that round went. Seems like MercenarieZ are going to save that for last. They now need to focus on gym bedroom. As they go to that side, they've got the bandit once again. They've also got the castle, as is standard now for gym bedroom holds. The question is, once again, what's going to be their prerogative here? Which part of the map do they really target first? They're going to have the extension, of course, all the way towards cash room. You can see the reinforcements that Din is putting out already. There'll be 5 reinforcements, I think, used up over there as well as the 3 that have been used up, 1 in construction and the other 2, of course, on the jacuzzi wall. CC wall will probably also be reinforced off, and cash will primarily be held by the players in that area. There's going to be a mute jammer, a Capcan trap, castle barricade maybe, whatever the defenders need, it'll be placed in that particular region of the map. Now, we did see Hasib jump down. He's gone down to the first floor for the time being. Seems like he wants to be on the roam. In sight, there's 4 players in and around the site. Din seems like he wants to make that rotate, towards construction from inside of logistics office. And of course, with that, with the final bits and bobs being put into place, round 4 is a go.
Yep, round number 4 is underway, and with MercenarieZ securing their round on defense. Now they've got to make sure that they would at least equalize it in round number 4, because winning defensive round is very important from both the sides. And since MercenarieZ needs to, recover those rounds in the first half, second half will be even much more tougher since they'll be on attack. I still got to worry about one of the players who are currently into his oil pit. That's exactly where Hasib is. But the breach will happen nonetheless all the way towards CCTV. Shouldn't be much of a problem. Denial almost being made. But instead, it will be a trick nonetheless. Atharv will use the flashbang to see whether if he will catch on one of those places. Impact nades, will that connect? Yes! There goes the exothermic charge. Second one will be used, and Atharv will at least succeed on removing 1 line of sight. But MI7, he loves to go aggressive, so does Taha. While the breach was being made, he gets away with the kill. Only to get refragged at the hands of it will be 3v4 and KIRA Esports. Despite having information, Hasib he just gets away with the kill like that just by using the ladder to go all the way to the top side. We'll find one. KIRA Esports, they're starting to lose a lot of momentum here. Only 2 players left. MI7 saw the head of the thermite, but somehow doesn't get the kill just yet. just placed safely all the way towards second floor gym. The breaches will be done to open up the castle walls and also give them good lines of sight towards the side. But with a minute left, Mercenaries, they have good control. But this is a 2v3, so anything can happen here for the attackers.
That it can, and again, 2v3, of course, it's still a possible win for KIRA Esports' attack. They just got to play their cards right, and they got to enter whenever they can safely do so. Oh, beautiful shot by Din right there. Prone peek, looking at that construction door. Of course, that leaves the Thatcher, the last one standing. Vortex has got to get something going here. Recharge on the gym castle barricade, but it's not going to matter much. NaughtyUsher will be the one to get that kill, as MercenarieZ now have taken 2 rounds in a row. They've equalized, and it's a 2-2, excuse me, going into round number 4.
Yep, equalizer, and all Hasib had to do was just find the perfect timing to, just get out of the oil pit and ending up getting those important kills at that too. He would have gotten a third too. I believe the second shot did not connect it very well. But all in all, it did help Mercenaries secure their win on defense, which means on round number 5, the score will be equalized and Mercenaries will be going back to the same side. Second floor, CCTV, where KIRA Esports had made a final last resort on opening up the CCTV wall with the help of the exothermic charges. With the help of Death Amaz's cooked nade, in which one of them did go all the way towards cash room and the second one towards CCTV to remove those bandit charges. Now, let's not forget, you still have the Kaid, you still have the Electroclaws, and knowing that the bandit charges are more likely vulnerable towards cooked grenade, wouldn't it be best for NaughtyUsher to bring in the Kaid's Electroclaw instead? Granted, you still have the Thatcher's EMP, which will be denied nonetheless, and that's the main reason why NaughtyUsher had bought Bandit in the first place, so that he could trick those walls as fast as possible. So, kind of understand why he would bring Bandit in the first place. It's mainly to counter Thatcher himself. But for now, as round number 5 will proceed with his action phase, everything is prepped and ready for the defenders. All they've got to do is just wait for KIRA Esports to make their response.
As the drones come in, of course, Mercenaries will start to get aware of where potentially the push could be coming in from the KIRA camp. As for now, NaughtyUsher can just sit quietly and do whatever he wants to with this wall, aka trick it, using the car batteries that the bandit has used for so many years. Breach is going off, but that's towards the construction single wall once again. Looks like KIRA want to repeat what they did in round 2 and go from the western end of the map, save the main CC breach for later. But of course, if NaughtyUsher stays alive, then all of that will have been for naught. Avidvi, again, Capcan Trap to the shins. Every single round we've seen one player of KIRA take a Capcan Trap to the shins, as it seems like an inevitability at this point. As the third goes down, MI7 gets MI7. Excuse me, I said the wrong thing. MI7 goes down. A third gets that kill, and MI7. I don't know why he would run out there. He went out of the garage door for whatever reason have you, as construction is now about to be breached. The bandit is being pressured from the CC window side of things as well. Got to be careful of this. NaughtyUsher, that is. As the rest of the defense now rallies around the fact that these breaches have been made, but a third is already here, and that CC breach, that bandit's still alive, mind you. And if the CC breach doesn't happen, then of course things will be made much more difficult. NaughtyUsher, you gotta hear this in just a second. No, actually, never mind. Therma's gonna be using his own breach towards construction because the impacts have stopped Hibana from getting in, it seems. And that might muddy the waters a little bit for the KIRA push.
Yeah, let's not forget the Mute Jammers is still present, not for long, especially with the EMP. Will succeed in opening up the construction, and Asib, I believe he knows exactly where one of the players are currently situated in, but he needs to heavily focus on the site itself to establish crossfire angles. And Deathhammer, he might be the change factor towards KIRA Esports to succeed this round. Everything is prepped and ready. The control is the main reason why MercenarieZ is having a lot of problems with, actually not MercenarieZ, for KIRA, because they just lost 2 of the players. Hasib will respond back too with a headshot. Shricha will do that too, equalizing it to a 2v1. Not for long is NaughtyUsher will equalize it back once again. 1v1. All he needs to do is just play safely and let Death Armor go in for the plant. He even has the information regarding the defuse, and Death Armor is just sprinting all the way from the main stairs. Can he get a shot? No, it does not.
Run out of time.
He will run away to safely. He will run away to safety, and MRCZ will win by time. Round number 5, 3-T. And now on round number 6, I've got to say, Mercenaries, they're currently still having a lot of issues with the KIRA Esports here, Jack.
That they do seem to be. 3-2 is the scoreline, of course, as Mercenaries are starting to take the rounds away from them, take the map away from them as well overall. And KIRA Esports, of course, that loss on Villa will definitely still be haunting them, as really it was their game to lose at the end of the day, and they did so. So now, coming on to the decider, they need to make it better. If not, if they are unable to rectify their mistakes on Villa here, then, well, it'll be too late for them, and they have 1 point on the board. Mercenaries walking away with 2. And of course, that's exactly what Mercenaries would want here. Get the points, because, you know, facing the Hunters when, you know, the Hunters are back on the stream, well, it's not going to be easy now, is it? As we all know. As for the time being, the site has changed, of course, as it does. Basement Church and Arsenal Room, the site of choice between these two. Oh, okay. I seem to have had a temporary disconnect over there. But I am back. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. But what I was basically saying, right, was that KIRA, they really need to make up for those mistakes that they have been making so far. They cannot allow to let them continue. They take too long. On any attack that they are doing, they simply take too long. There's no expedited nature to their attack. They simply don't, you know, do things efficiently. They waste so much time doing ancillary things. But this time, of course, they're going to get a big first kill, an opening kill like Naughty Ushrit. The Jaeger is gone. That's before we even hit the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, this is the second time we're going to see Jaeger being picked out quite early in the round, mainly because of a run out, I believe. This was the initial frag out, and the previous round was MI7 who was bringing the Jaeger. But Mercenaries losing one of their players already is going to put them at a major disadvantage. Even though Mercenaries always secures a 2v4 situation, this round, though, KIRA Esports, they still have this under wraps. The main problem has to be the breach. It will be denied nonetheless from Din's impact. There you go, one of the impact. The second impact will be denied as well. But in the end, it'll just be, tricks nonetheless. Ibana's Excalibur pellets will only be used twice. 2 of the Excalibur pellets will be used. MI7 will be dealt with major damage, but he will be safe. And that C4 will at least help him to get a kill or 2, in which he uses it immediately towards the Hatcher's side, not being able to find a player or 2. But for MRCZ, they've lost a lot of utility. They've expended a lot. No C4s, no impacts, and now KIRA Esports, knowing that they have to only deal with crossfire angles, they just have to drop down, find the players, and eliminate them one by one. And the course of action is in play, but Hasib wants to think so otherwise. Wall bangs from Death Armor to remove one of the players out, 4v3. And our Mercenaries, they're in a bit of a bother here.
That they are. Hasib going down, of course, is going to put a bit of a dent in how they want to approach the rest of this round. Shots are fired. Taha, I don't think that's a great particular fight to be taking, as Deathhammer finds MI7 in the meanwhile. 2v4 now, as Taha finally gets the refrag. The trade is in, but the Thermite is also in, and Vortex gets another as well. Taha has to retreat to somewhere, and he goes out into the main hallway. Has to be careful of the Ash. Gets him. That's 1 kill taken, but the call is out, I think. Yeah. Of course, that makes things so much harder, and Thurv uses the line of sight that the defenders had against them, and KIRA will finally put a 3rd round on board for themselves. It's not all over, as it is now 3-3 on the half.
Yep. It's finally equalized in the first half. And I've got to say, especially with the major buff that Tokebi had, you could say it's a straight up good counter for the Valkyrie, especially when the defenders are down to a major disadvantage, maybe a 2v4 or a 3v5. Having the Kebi's call being used on mid or late rounds would really help the attackers a lot on denying information and they'll have even much more control on the situation once they head in for the push, with them having the advantage when it comes to information. So all in all, with the first half coming to an end, they'll at least equalize it to a 3-3 score line. A rehost will be requested, which means that we will be heading back to the caster scam itself. Now, gotta say, in the first half, Clubhouse, KIRA Esports did make their fair share of mistakes. So did MRCZ, especially when the site was on second for CCTV side itself, right? I mean, even with the Thatcher not being banned, that's the main reason why you see Bandit being picked a lot more than the Kaid, mainly because you want to trick those balls as best as possible. The mute jammer is still present too. MRCZ did what they could to handle out the aggression being made from second for CCTV. You could say that it didn't quite work out well in their favor. But the rest of the side, they didn't have any problem. Basement Church and Arsenal Room, it is still at the hands of MRCZ. But now, since the role swap had come into play, let's see what MRCZ does on a map like Clubhouse.
That is the case here, right? MRCZ now on the attack. It's definitely going to be a pretty interesting second half. I do feel like that will be the case. Of course, we'll have to wait for a bit, of course, as the rehost comes in, folks. Game crash from the side of the now defensing KIRA Esports. As we get them back into the lobby and we get the players back in, get the data set up and the match history and all that. It takes a quick second, of course. Shouldn't take too long after all. But all things considered, I gotta say, it's a bit closer than I think we all expected from both MRCZ and KIRA. And while they're playing well in most instances, there's some big mistakes that they keep making that, unfortunately for them, just simply are not great to be seeing. I think we can all agree on that. Taking too long, sloppy positioning, overall, the trades that should be there not being there, not watching out for Capcan traps when they really should be. Like, every round I've seen somebody from KIRA Esports take a Capcan trap. We even saw someone die to a Capcan trap all the way back in round number 1. So Capcan's clearly, for whatever reason, the bane of their existence, and they need to work on that part of their team coordination. As far as MRCZ goes, again, it's really just down to them losing gunfights, being a bit low on confidence for whatever reason have you, and of course, a little bit of a case of sloppy positioning, I feel, as they just seem to get caught off in weird positions when they really shouldn't be at the end of the day. So all of that being put into consideration is just down to which team makes less mistakes in the round and manages to outmaneuver the other. That, of course, lends the round to go one way or the other, or maybe even the other way. Who knows at this point, right? But jokes aside, I would like to see a little bit of a better play from both MRCZ and KIRA. We know that they can do better than this. It's just, I don't know, for whatever reason, they're not doing so, aren't able to. They aren't able to do so. I should probably say that instead. And yeah, with all that, that's basically it for the first half. There's not really much else to talk about because they didn't really give us much to talk about. All of the things that were to be talked about happened on Villa and a little bit on Chalet, but the major thing that we had to talk about, of course, was on Villa, which, of course, that map is done, and we are now here in Clubhouse, just awaiting the rehearse to end so we can go into the second half.
Yep. Now, since if we take a look at the standings, we're not going to take a look at the standings itself. I'm just going to talk about the standings between KIRA Esports and MRCZ. They currently have secured the 5th place. I believe they haven't secured a single points just yet, mainly because they haven't, won a single map as of now. I believe they have won one map, but they've lost 2. So winning this matchup against Mercenaries will have at least a fighting chance for them to, have an even Stevens between a Team Won't Stop Peaking, who has currently secured the spot on 4th place. Mercenaries, on the other hand, will have a bit of a shakiness if they lose this matchup, mainly because that 3rd place spot will have a higher chance of being picked up, by being, dethroned by someone else. Maybe a team like, if I have the information right here, yeah, maybe a team like Phalanx or maybe a Militant Esports. If they do succeed in winning majority of their rounds, there is high likely a chance that they could, have the 3rd or 4th place spot. So anything can happen at this point. And for KIRA Esports, making sure that they stay on top 4 would be their biggest priority, especially with One Stop Peaking currently having that spot. So since we have 4 days of time left, you would say that those four important days that we've had for these 8 teams will determine whether if they will be qualified for the main event or not. And for KIRA Esports, they are still in the danger zone. So winning this matchup against Mercenaries would be their biggest concern on a map like Clubhouse. Since the first half really did go well in their favor, MRCZ will respond back with an equalizer 3-3. Now it depends on the second half to determine whether if KIRA Esports will cement their growth on defense. But, since this is Clubhouse we're talking about, MRCZ can also fling back on attack unless KIRA Esports starts to make mistakes.
Yeah, like you said, right? It's really going to come down to these mistakes, and it's really going to come down to these, who makes less of them in a given round. There's really no two ways about it. They are outplaying each other to a certain extent. I will 100% agree on that fact. But here's the thing, folks. The outplaying is really just down to who plays the best normal round of Siege and who ends up messing up the most. Because these mistakes are what's really making things count. It's not the outplays, it's not the fantastic, great plays from both sides that we should be expecting. And honestly, expecting it shouldn't really be much of an oddity. But here we are. All things considered, I just want to see what these two teams have in store at this point, right? This game has wound on for such a long time, and we've been here for such a long time, and they've been here for such a long time as well. Again, like we said, on Villa, it really looked like it'd be over. As 7-1, 7-2, KIRA Esports looked like they'd be able to finish it off. That clearly wasn't what happened, right? And as much as we like to talk alternate history of the recent history, of course, that is not the timeline that we live in, so we'll just have to continue moving forward with this. As all things stand, I just want to see how, how KIRA plays this second half. Their defense on Clubhouse has always been pretty solid, with some minor issues here and there. But MRCZ have always had a pretty good attack on Clubhouse as well. So it's going to be very, very, very intriguing clash between these two teams that will bring out probably the best in them. Hopefully it does. And we'll get to see what is their game plan. What's their strategy? What's their, what's their ideation going into these rounds? What will they think of? And what will be their overall plan going into the next few rounds here? And it's a question we can't really answer right now because, again, we're in the rehouse. We haven't exactly gotten into the lobby yet. Once we get the players back in, that's when we'll go into the lobby. But for now, of course, we're just waiting. We're almost ready, folks. Don't worry, the players are almost in. Once they give us the ready confirmation, once they're all in, we'll be going straight back in. So don't you worry. I know we've had long pauses before. We've had long rehosts as well. It's a South Asia Classic game, folks. It's a Clubhouse game. Map 3 is on. We've had an overtime already and a couple of long rehosts to boot. Yep, we're back in South Asia, all right. That much is for certain. But we do hope you're enjoying the Nationals so far. Day 5 is come and gone. And of course, we'll have day 6 and then day 7 and 8, 9, 10, and all of that. But with all that said, let's zoom back to the game here and now. KIRA versus Mercenaries. The lobby is ready. So let's go into the match. Match number 1 of day number 5 of the South Asia Nationals 2022 for Rainbow-Six-Siege. Let's get into the game in just a second here, folks. There you have it. Round number 7 will be in play. And let's see what the two teams have in store for us.
Yep, there you go. Finally back. The first half equalized to 3-3. And with the role swap being in play, we will now see KIRA Esports be on defense. Mercenaries, on the other hand, they did have a shaky start on defense itself. First half, the crossfire angles not working out well to their end. But now, since the roles have been swapped, we will see whether if Team Mercenaries have got what it takes to succeed in this round. Hopefully put themselves on match point and ensure that they have firm grip towards the standings. KIRA Esports will also be fighting for the same thing. But the main difference have to be the round comparison, especially with the second map going all the way to 8-6, with overtime favoring for MRCZ. So, with everything being said, and with the same operators still being in play from both the sides, you won't be able to see any differences being made from both the attack sides as well as on defense. Although Mercenaries would love to change their attack push sometimes to a second floor gem, or maybe they could just brute force their way into a CCTV, the usual push as we see on map Clubhouse. But this is SA Nationals we're talking about, so I'm pretty sure that MRCZ would mainly go in for a different approach rather than heading towards CCTV. Actually, you know what? I think they're going to do exactly that. They're going to push in from CCTV. They also have sense, and I believe that this will be a very heavy rush with some lines of sight being blocked out, but they have to open up the CCTV wall first because it's been electrocuted from the bandit charges.
Well, one exothermic charge is on the wall, excuse me, once again. And of course, we'll just have to wait and see whether or not that can be used. But that bandit is being a bit of a nuisance right now. Vortex really giving them a headache as the EMP goes out. Taha should put the exothermic breach down again. But no, he's on his drone actually, taking his time to figure out whether or not the bandit is still there. And the Selma will be what allows the breach to go off in the meanwhile. So of course, a minor breach in the CC wall, but still it's enough for a line of sight. And it seems like Mercenaries have immediately pivoted, and they're going to be going elsewhere instead, off towards the construction side of things, because that's where the thermite seems to have gone for now.
Yeah, the main focus that MRCZ was trying to do was just use those rolling smokes to block the entirety towards Garage Catwalk. That way, they can just mainly focus on towards that one spot. Oh, great shot though from Haseeb. Headshot remove Vortex, which means that the entirety of Garage Catwalk will be at their hands. But now, their focus will be elsewhere, and that is all the way towards construction wall. But Taha is actually going for something else. Atharvan Shisha gets 2 more. Taha, you still have the exothermic charge. You could use it to open up the lines of sight. Let Din do his work. It looks like they want to heavily focus on towards that deployable shield. Concussion will be used, so does the impact. Taha will be forced to fall back, forcing himself back to 50 HP. Time's running out. Not a single wall has been opened at the hands of MRCZ, and now they have to make do without that utility. Smokes will be caught off from the Womize magnets and will be used more of as a line of sight that Amar gets Taha. Not quite sure what is exactly happening from that exact moment, but yeah, 2v4, MRCZ not looking good on attack. An attempt of a headshot, but it will be a Vidwi. Will get away with the kill. 1v4, Din left all by himself, and KIRA Esports will win round number 7. I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what Taha was doing at that moment. I mean, he had the exothermic charge. He could have just opened up 2 lines of sight, but instead he chose to hold an angle towards second floor CCTV. And I want to ask you this question, MRCZ. Like, what is happening? Like, why isn't the breach has been done from both the side?
I think they wanted to save the exothermic charge for the construction side of things, and maybe that's why, you know, they didn't go for the CC breach. It's hard to tell, really, all things considered.
I guess
As
I guess they wanted to commit for a full-on rush, because since they had 0, what they were mainly thinking was, I mean, you saw that all 5 players from MRCZ right at the action phase were actually thinking of a rush towards second floor CCTV. And the main reason why it was denied was because of bandit charges.
10 seconds remaining.
It's only because of that they were forced to change their positioning and realize, wait, we don't have the necessary utilities to open up those lines of sight. And once you do, how would you deal with the deployable shields? So because of that one usage of bandit charges, which has been successfully tricked from Vortex, was the main reason why MercenarieZ's strategy just went haywire. Just from that initial round. That's what I think.
Well, see, that's the thing. If there is, you know, okay, Otero seems to have disconnected, which is a little unfortunate for KIRA Esports, but it is already action phase, so there is no rehosting at this moment. They'll simply have to ask for a pause in the next one if they want to get Otero back in time. But that's besides the point. Going back to what you were saying, right, Baba? I think if the bandit is tricking and it's being a bit of a nuisance, right? You've seen it on the drone. The first EMP has been used up. sending somebody downstairs, to use a grenade. You have your Sledge, you have your
True.
Iana, whoever one is alive, or a Zofia,
Yep.
literally anyone, to deal with the bandit. Just uproot him from his position, send someone else with him too. Right. Get that bandit out of there. CC breach is so important. We've seen it before. As it just wasn't considered. This is a mistake that I've seen from MRCZ, from KIRA. I've seen it from both of these teams. I've seen it from Phalanx as well before. It's such a common mistake. Like, guys, grenading from below is a thing. The wider Siege community is currently fed up of grenading from below. You guys do realize that, right?
Yeah,
But
true.
that's, of course, right now besides the point. Impact tricking once again is happening. Hasib has to be careful of those lines of sight he is opening. Sees the Goyo's feet. Can't quite get them out from under him, though. But the Hibana breach will go off nonetheless. Minute 15 on the clock, so time is of the essence. Roteros are being used up to open out the entry into blue. That is, of course, exactly what the Flores is here for. But there was a Vulcan there. And guess what? That side of the map is now locked off for the next 15 seconds. As things once again start to escalate. Smoke grenades are out. Frag grenades should be out as well. Flashbangs going out towards Moto to keep the defenders on their toes. Never let them rest for a moment. And make sure they think that could the breach be coming from the other side as well. There goes another Rotero. Shots are fired. Hasib taking a bit of damage in the meanwhile. That Rotero I'm not particularly sure of. It kind of isn't going to do much. But MI7 uses that to cover his entry, actually gets one as shots are fired all over the place. So Whitby gets the first attack out of the round, but of course it's a 2v4 still. The plant is happening. Taha gets that done. Din throws a grenade towards the shells. Doesn't really find anything off of that, but it doesn't matter. Whitby getting a Naughty Ushrit in the meanwhile. That is your Hibana gone. But it's still a 3v3. Make that a 1v3. Taha gets one. Can he get the second? The last one is in the hallway just outside of Moto. Needs to find this final kill, and he's just gone inside a church to hold it down. Comes out to the hallway, goes back into church. The ping is there as well. They know exactly where this smoke is. Vidri is caught off, and there we go. Taha will finish off the kill as well. MRCZ will win round number 8. Basement Church goes to them as they make it a 4-4 equalizer.
4-4. MRCZ didn't have any problems at all on pushing all the way towards the blue stairs itself. Now, you gotta wonder whether if KIRA Esports can have a chance to secure this round in round number 9 itself. Granted, that's the main reason why we have the pause timer itself, which means that we'll have all of the 5 players, ready and proceeding with the round itself. But if you take a look at the entirety of the round itself, MercenarieZ, they apparently didn't had any problems at all. They just opened up 2 of the hatches, they pushed in, they got the win. There's nothing much more that we could talk in that particular round. It's just the usual execute we see from MercenarieZ. They did succeed in doing so, and they have at least managed to equalize it once again on a 4-4 scoreline. The second half really did help MercenarieZ to recover the round despite the major losses that they've made in round number 7 itself. But now I've got to wonder. I think that this could go all the way towards overtime match point if this round would go more of like a back and forth moment, because first half it was 3-3 and second half high likely chance that it could also be the same.
Well, you have to right. But the way it's going, yeah, I kind of agree with you. A 3-3 second half and then into the second overtime of the night is absolutely possible. We'll just have to, figure out as to what the teams are going to be up to. They're going to be the ones to figure out whether or not we go to overtime, of course, at the end of the day. But we'll, again, as the pause timer continues on, we just have to, once again, wait and see. And I gotta say, though, this is one thing that I have been thinking about when it comes to this match. They've gotten a little bit better. They've gotten quite a bit better, actually, both of these teams. There's a lot more cleaner play going on from them than I had initially, given them a bit of credit for. But then again, after Villa, I really wasn't particularly feeling, too receptive to their plays. And they still are making mistakes, don't get me wrong, but it's a much, much cleaner game than Villa is. So all things considered, it's all right to see where this game is going. Although I would still prefer to be a bit cleaner from both parties, I'll take it. We'll take what we're getting for the time being. And now we'll just have to wait and see. Once the pause timer unpauses and hopefully a turf is reconnected, we can go into the round. And KIRA Esports hopefully don't have to deal with the whole 4v5 thingy that Mercenaries did for a majority of Chalet. And of course, we have the game coming up as well. There we go. In just a second here, we'll be going into the match. Folks, there it is. Game number 1, map number 3, round number 9. So many different numbers to take note of, as it is 4-4 going into the 9th round. Once again, Basement Church is the side of choice.
Yep, Basement Church, and once again, MI7 going for a sense pick once again. Never mind. You know what? Spoke too soon. Instead of that, we'll be able to see Thatcher being brought out, especially in the attacker's repick itself, because you need to focus on, removing the hatches out first. And since Kaid is still available, you could just use those Electroclaws to, disable those important utilities, while the impacts, actually there isn't any impacts, which means that one single use of those EMPs is more than enough to open up the hatches without even thinking of any backups being made. So this is actually easier for MRCZ to open up those hatches. But once they head down towards the side, I did try to focus towards KIRA's end, where while they were on attack, they don't usually push from tunnels, but instead they gain control on Blue Stairs hatch, and that's exactly where they get most of their advantage. Mercenaries has also done the same thing by pushing in towards blue. No presence shown from tunnels, so maybe we could see one of the defenders from KIRA hold out that particular angle, which will give them some good coverage and having a lot of chances to remove a lot of players. But what's interesting is that we don't see them hold towards tunnels, but instead we see some extended roam being made from both Vortex and Death Armor, who's currently on towards second floor. But never mind, they just went all the way downstairs and decided, you know what, let's just focus on the side itself, because there will be a heavy presence shown towards kitchen side itself.
Once again, the question is, what will be the counter-attack from, I guess this time it'll be KIRA Esports, since Mercenaries took the last round. Seems like this time they're more willing to save their defenders' bodies as we go into the next few rounds and the next few minutes of this particular round. Minute 30 on the clock. And we'll just have to wait and see how MRCZ goes about the breach, the hatch, and so on and so forth. Shrisha, that's an interesting place to be, I'll tell you what. On top of those boxes is, yeah, I'm not too particularly sure about Shrisha being up there, but we'll see if the Kaid tricking on that hatch works. But for now, once again, the question is, what will we see? 60 seconds on the clock. Here we go. Some verticalities there. C4s have been used up, and we've just got to see where the Mercenaries go from here. They've got the angles, they've got the lines aside, but no bodies have been taken out so far, mind you. Grenade is about to be tossed in. Will that really work? No, it doesn't actually. And they can't get the Kaid out of there. And if the kitchen hatch remains closed, well, then things will be made so much more difficult. Shrisha gets one, and there's a third onto Taha as well. Massive issues here for the side of the Mercenaries as the Thurv gets yet another. As the grenades go out, but Din can only do so much. Same for MI7. They're caught in a crossroads right now, and the crossroads aren't exactly looking all too safe to go through. The position of Din is given away as well because of the shots that have been fired. As alright, Deathamar, in the meanwhile, gets one. That is Din gone. And it's all now down to MI7. Realistically, not much to be done. Flawless round for KIRA Esports as they take one more back, put themselves back on the lead. We are now 5-4 up.
Yep, 5-4 up. Basement Church. Not a lot of problems for KIRA Esports to be dealing with that. Especially when you have the Kaid trick being used from the hatch itself. MercenarieZ full control towards kitchen hatch. Slowly started to lose control, and also they started to lose control of their own man count itself. 5-4. KIRA Esports have secured another round on defense. They'll put themselves in the lead, and they're looking to secure match point in round number 10. Now, this side CCTV and cash room, We didn't get to see KIRA Esports secure this round without having any major hiccups, mainly because of MRCZ were actually thinking of going in for a full-on rush towards CCTV. But it was since heavily denied from Vortex's bandit charges, so I'm pretty sure that Mercenaries would not go in for the same strategy once again on round number 10 and hope for a different way instead. Naughty Ashret will change the operator from Ace to the Capitao. Actually, he's not going to bring in the Capitao. He'll just bring in the Ace once again. You know, for a moment there, Capitao could have been useful, mainly because you could just use the drone hole and aim it in a way where he could, you know, force the bandit out of CCTV, or maybe you can just, you know, open up the barricaded window and just remove, you know, use the fireballs to just remove bandit out of that place, which it could be easier for them to deny bandit tricks and just open up the hatch, you know, open up the wall, you know, very quickly. But you also need to be careful on the the roamers, sorry, with both Shrisha. Actually, it's just Shrisha will be all the way from downstairs. Here comes a breach from the Ace Summer Breach. Others will secure at least one of the slits being opened up, which means that they have access towards CCTV. Now they just have to focus on entering the site.
Well, one breach has been taken care of, and another one should be dealt with soon enough. They've got the Ace Selmas as well in order to help them get all of these objectives achieved. But the question, once again, lies. Where will the first kill come from? Din with the grenade actually does not connect, and that same position won't actually yield anymore because, of course, the defender that was there has long since evacuated. And now, with this, we've got ourselves, again, at a minute 44. Wait, where's the Y going? Deathamer, where? He was just walking. I don't know. But he goes down. There goes Din, finding Shrisha as well. Okay. A couple of defenders being caught in these off positions. I'm not sure what KIRA Esports were thinking. I guess they wanted to go for a walk. In the meanwhile, Gemini is caught. Avidwi will shut down effectively that drone. But Vortex is now down as well. Explosion goes off. That's another grenade, I feel like. Avidwi probably wants to go for the revive, but I doubt it's advisable for the time being. Vortex has managed to crawl away, but not quite. Naughty Ashrik gets a third as well. And it's all now down to Avidwi, the last one standing. There's a player on the stairs, and that's Din. Finishes off the round. Second floor CCTV goes to MRCZ, who make it now 5-5 and retaliate back with a flawless round of their own. As we now move into round number 11. KIRA Esports on the defense. They're going to gym bedroom, folks. Mercenaries, they've applied the pressure. Now, KIRA, what is the counter?
I believe their counter has to be on a different site. That site will be on a second floor gym and bedroom. Mira's been, you know, banned on defense, which means that second floor gym will be a bit difficult for the defenders to, you know, hold, or should I say get a good grip from logistics and also from the bathroom side. But they will make do without it. No castle. Actually, yeah, there is castle. The armor panel will be used to block the doorways towards second floor gym hallway, in which Vortex will be free to use his bandit charges as, you know, as best as possible. But I've got to say, round number 11, high likely a chance that the second half would always go like one round at the hands of KIRA, one round at the hands of MRCZ. You could say that it could keep, you know, changing on the way how MRCZ proceed with their attack, or KIRA Esports being on the defense. Let's not forget, round number 9 and round number 10, both of those rounds was a flawless win from both the sides. Now, at this point in round number 11, I have absolutely no idea on whom will it favor to. We've been here. It's map number 3, second half. It's just going neck and neck. And let's not forget, this is map clubhouse, so you could say there's always those situations where it always ends up being in a 50-50 situation, you know, 50-50, you know. But all in all, trick will be made from Vortex. Now it's the battle of the breach. Who will it win? Will it be the attackers or the defenders? I believe Vortex. Will he secure in removing one of his bandit charges? No, he does not. Okay, all right, Vortex. All for the bandit charges. He's just full on, fully focused on second floor gym. That's good. That's good. First frag will also come in, and it's KIRA Esports who will secure the win off from Din. And Vortex, man, he's just not gonna let Mercenaries just open up second floor gym itself. So extra protection, as I'd like to call it.
All of that is well and good, but where is Hasib? Yeah, now the the wall is being not the wall, excuse me, right there. The castle barricades are broken open, and of course that can allow for the bandit to be cleared out. MI7 doesn't even know he's staring directly at the frost.
No info.
Not the frost, excuse me. That is the frost. Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. It's one of those times, where the shadows that we get to see, of course, make for comedic moments. But in the meanwhile, looks like Taha is going to be able to get the breach wide open, and that, of course, allows for entry. But with only 65 seconds remaining, can they really get in here without much casualty? Doesn't seem like that'll be the case. Hasib will get a turf. That's one kill taken care of. The push is into logistics, but there goes Naughty Ushrit. There goes Hasib. Dathamer peeking the hatch like that. Okay. Walks away with 2. And now suddenly it is a 2v4 with Mercenaries once again on the back foot.
Yep. That 2 deadly kills from Death Armor, Mercenaries will be at a major disadvantage because it's the Breacher brothers, Thermite and Thatcher, left in a 2v4. And now knowing that they need to deal with all 4 players, the only bright side I could say that they've at least opened up lines of sight, but it will be difficult for them to push all the way towards construction. There you go. You even have the lines of sight being prepped up from logistics and also on second floor gym, which means that KIRA Esports, they will secure match point, folks. And I know you're gonna hate me for this, Jack, but I'm gonna make a prediction here and say that this will go all the way.
No.
It's gonna go all the way to overtime, Jack. I'm sorry.
Here we go. We've been here for a while.
I'm telling you. OT.
Defenders protect
See,
the bombs from
I love OT games as much as I really love OT games. Don't get me wrong, but at the same time, double OT, and we're all kind of a little tired here because of the circumstances of today. Don't get me wrong, I was just doing the nose for comedic timing, but yeah, it is what it is. Right now, 6-5, and like Baba said, there's a very, very high likely chance that this actually goes to overtime, maybe even maximum overtime.
I am locking in.
Okay.
I am
Someone
locking
feels
in.
confident
This will
in their
go to
prediction. Okay, that's all well and good. If we don't, you owe me the battle pass, okay?
5 seconds left.
Deal.
All right, you have a deal.
All right.
Round number 12, the last round in regulation, is now in play. As, of course, we'll see whether or not overtime comes or goes. As for the time being, we have MRCZ back on the attack. They've got your standard, breach-heavy lineup. No real surprises there. They haven't changed their attacker lineup at all in terms of what they brought out. It's really only been like sometimes the Sophia or the Iana. That's really been the only change they've made in terms of their operator lineups. Other than that, it's mostly been the same, a lot more of the same from them. Second floor clear will need to happen in a short moment here. They do know that there's a Melusi above. Vortex did just take a couple of pot shots out of that mid-stairs window. There is another player in garage. That's Dathamer as well. So, of course, that warrants clearing out the second floor. But the attackers, I don't think they want to do that just yet. They are gathering intel, and they know where, at least, they have an idea of where some of these defenders could be. But both of them have now convened towards the metal stairs here. Dathamer is going to go down. So is Vortex. They're in prime position to flank, actually. Some shots are fired. And that, of course, will, give them the tracers that, hey, somebody might be around here. But looks like both of them are now back in the site. They wasted plenty of time as well, as a hatch hasn't even been emphasized on. There haven't been the first breaches or attempts of breach made yet. Minute 28. They're now getting to it.
Yep. They're gonna abandon all sight towards kitchen hatch, which means that their main focus has to be towards the main hatch itself. Thatcher's EMP will be used, so does the trick from Shrisha. And I'm guessing that Team MRCZ have some counters to it. Naughty Ushrit will remove the barricades. And here comes the denial. There you go. Hibana's Excalibur spells will be used. So does the denial. Another EMP to disable both of the Electroclaws. They will succeed in opening up the hatch, so does the garage wall. All they've got to do is find a pick or two of it. Be beautiful peak to remove MI7 off the board, which means that the tunnel control is still at the hands of KIRA Esports, as now it is a 5v4. No tunnel control, which means that MRCZ will force to make a different set of approach, maybe towards the main stairs, but you've got to be careful on main of the angles. This is exactly where Shisha is, all towards the K9 angle, and now MRCZ, they're losing time once again. 25 seconds, tick-tock says the clock. MRCZ, they've got to make a push, and now they're going to make a push right now all the way towards main stairs. A lot of information will be given. Hasib just sneaking all the way towards the motor room, hoping that he might be able to get a kill or two. Here comes a drop down. Here comes a surprise attack. Hasib, he gets one. So does Vortex and Yashrit are already in the plate. 3v1, 3v0. KIRA Esports will win round number 12. And I am so happy that I failed in my predictions. 7-5. As map number 3 will be at the hands of KIRA Esports, folks. Man, what a long match that we have here, Jack.
You still owe me the battle pass now.
Yeah, I do, yeah.
All right. Jokes aside, folks, of course, what a game and what a finish right there. A Hail Mary attempt from the side of the Mercenaries, but unfortunately, it simply was not to be. KIRA Esports, of course, sealing the deal, as they should have done on Villa. But hey, we are about 20 rounds removed from the fact, so I'm going to stop bringing that up now. As all things considered, though, pretty good game from both teams. Let's go into the highlights, talk a little bit more about it, especially on this map. This was probably the cleanest map from both sides. There weren't any, unwarranted. There was one round which was played in a 4v5 for KIRA Esports. Other than that, there weren't really any massive issues like that. Whatever happened, it was resolved pretty quickly. And KIRA, once again, they started pretty well. I will say this much. MRCZ looked a little bit out of it at the beginning. They were kind of off, right? Their positions were weird. Their coordination was a little sloppy. They definitely felt like they were still getting used to something. Not exactly sure what. Maybe it's their current team coordination. Maybe they have changed, their rosters a couple of times, brought in a couple subs, and had to move players around depending on who's available, who's not across this whole BO3. But that besides the point. KIRA, they played pretty well in this map. I have to give credit where credit is due. So did MRCZ, as it was just a solid game all around.
Well, again, no offense to both the teams. MRCZ has done a fantastic job on all of these 3 maps, but it always came down to the way how they proceeded with the attack. And MRCZ, they were having a lot of issues from their end. And again, no offense to both the sides, we were just making fun and jokes. When it comes to the seriousness from both the teams, MRCZ and KIRA has done an exceptionally great job. When it comes to remove most of the players one by one, there was a lot of surprise attacks being made from the side of Hasib. And also, we'll take a look at the match summary itself. 7-5, MRCZ, they will lose to KIRA Esports. And I've got to say, an amazing performance being made around from both the teams here.
Yeah, gotta say that much. At least 11-6 to Aturv and 11-10 to Hasib as well. Both players giving it their absolute all. Aturv with 73% cost and Hasib with 83. And both are 2-1 on entry as well. Very similar, or at least mostly similar stats overall. The survival rating for Aturv definitely far better than Hasib's, but Hasib has the better cost percentages. So it's up to you to decide who really won that particular 1v1. Deathmer going 12-7, 75% as well. 1-2 on entry and a slightly lower rating at least survivability rating, is why he's in second place. So Vidvi 10-8, Trisha 7-7, and Vortex 6-9, 42%. Got a couple of frags, of course, not too much on the support, but still was alive, was there for the team when they needed it. That's all that really matters. For the MRCZ side, unfortunately, MI7 and Din really not having a good map, as it were, and 42% for MI7 on the cost, 3-3 on entry at the very least. Most entry kills tied with a Vidvi, who's also 3-0. Din, of course, probably having the quietest night of them all. With all that said, let's go into the player spotlight here today, and it is, in fact, Hasib Wants Peace from Mercenaries, 41 and 27 across 3 maps, a 75.68 cost percentage, 1.11 kills per round, and of course a 1.31 rating overall. Really, really well played by Hasib today. Really showed us a lot of why he's such a valued player in South Asia and just in excuse me, in that Mercenaries roster as a whole, and why he's been one of the most long-standing and well-known names in this region's esports as well. Great player, and of course, great stats to show for as well. Unfortunately, the team didn't win, but Hasib at the very least gets the player spotlight for the night.
Yep. And I've got to say, his performance playing as the Capcan, getting most of his kills with the EDDs, really did put KIRA Esports in a spot of a bother on both the maps. Although we didn't get to see him play as the Capcan on map Clubhouse, now did we? I mean, yeah, there were some certain rounds where we did see Hasib play as the Capcan, but not a
I
lot
think nearly
did we
all of
get
the
to see
rounds
on map.
actually.
Yeah, I believe we haven't seen him. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, all of the rounds that we've seen from the side of defense where Hasib just playing Capcan and Sledge on attack, which does in fact did give a lot of kills. And also, how can I not even forget about the Frostmat traps that we did get to see between MRCZ and Hunters LFO, where every single time either Jittery or one of the players would get caught out from the Red Stairs Frostmat trap itself, and that too it was from the hands of Hasib. So when it comes to a trapper, he is an excellent when it comes to placing traps in a way that even most of the players wouldn't either have much more focus towards it, or they'd be heavily focused towards the from the plays itself. So Hasib, as the IGL captain for Team Mercenaries, he always does a fascinating job. But in the end, it will be Team KIRA Esports who will secure this matchup up against Team MRCZ. The only difference has to be the round conversion rate, where both of the maps that we did get to see on Chalet, map number 2 Villa, which it did went all the way to overtime 8-7, and now map number 3 Clubhouse, where it did go 7-5. So we will see a lot of changes in the round differentials, which means that KIRA Esports will still be at fourth position at least, but they will have a lot of competition between Team Won't Stop PK.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because KIRA Esports now have 3 points in place of 4 as we go into the map results, to once again remind our viewers as we close things out for the night of what has transpired overall. KIRA, they are the winners here. 2-1 to them, as it was an almighty struggle that particularly started from Villa. I'd say, Chalet 7-4, in retrospect, looks like a pretty quick map that went by with a breeze. But Villa and Clubhouse, these were long maps, and they were definitely worth each individually highlighting. 8-6 to Mercenaries after a very, very large struggle. And, excuse me, rather. KIRA Esports then turning things around and winning map number 3 Clubhouse, finally putting a win on board for themselves, which of course allows them 2 more points in addition to their 1 point from their game against the Shaheens from earlier in the group stages. And overall, I gotta say, great game, even though there were some interesting decisions made, especially in Villa, of course, that we have already talked very much in depth about. They don't really bear too much repeating. I just gotta say, it was definitely a great game, and we do hope to see more of these teams playing at this level. Of course, close games like this are always a pleasure, even if they have some funky stuff going on sometimes.
Yeah. For KIRA was MRCZ, I've got to say, we went all the way to the best of 3 matchups. All 3 maps been played: Chalet, Villa, and Clubhouse. Although we did had major connectivity issues, and we had a huge maintenance patch that had happened, which it did took a lot of time, and for that we do have to apologize for the delay being caused. But all in all, we have finally got the results of this matchup. It will be Team KIRA Esports who will secure this matchup. 2 wins, 2 map wins, and for MRCC they will at least secure 1 map win, and that would be on Villa 8-6. which means that the second matchup that we're about to have will happen offline, and most of the information will be given by our socials. So just make sure to check out our Instagram, our Twitter page, and also don't forget to check out the game Rainbow-Six-Siege. Its link is in the description down below, folks. And also, we'll take a look at the standing itself. Hunters LFO still on the top of the leaderboard, securing 8 points. And then we have KIRA Esports securing their 4th spot by winning their matchup up against Team MRCZ and securing 3 points in their leaderboards.
Of course, Kira and Mercenary is now tied in their points and in the number of wins that they have, both being one. The only other match that they played, they only won one map, of course, in the loss that they took. And overall, gotta say, Kira, great performance today. Hope to see more of this from them in the future, going forward from here. And Hunters, of course, massive lead to them. 8 points. They played 4 matches straight, and they got 4 points as well. KIRA Esports, the entire team's statistics in front of all of our viewers now across all the 3 maps. Deathamer, by far the player with the most kills right now, 35 and 24, going at almost a kill per round right there, 0.95, playing mostly Sledge and Alibi, and of course the KOST being 81%. The most influential as well today, clearly. So great plays from Dathomar, of course, great plays from Atharv and Shrisha as well. 27-20 and 23-26 respectively, 67% and 65% cost. Unfortunately for Vortex, not exactly the most active game that Vortex has had, I believe. 21 and 28 across 3 maps is still pretty good, and still overall a pretty good performance. I will give him that, but could be a bit better. Nearly 0.5 kill per round as well, 0.6 almost, I guess you could call it, and 51% cost. Avidwi as well, 0.57, same kill per round as Vortex, and 54% cost percentage overall. KIRA Esports, of course, the winners for the night as they walk away with a victory. And of course, just like Baba said, the second game that we were supposed to have tonight, unfortunately, will be happening off stream due to the delays caused by the scheduled maintenance and the rehost and this and that. You get the point. Second game has been pushed off stream. So if you want to know how Phalanx will do in their matchup, make sure to follow our socials of R6 Esports SA on both Twitter and Instagram. And of course, as things happen, players, folks over on socials will be updated as accordingly. With that said, I do believe that about wraps it up here for all of us at the South Asia Nationals. Once again, a reminder to follow the socials of R6 Esports SA. I have to pull that out of my mind every now and again. But yeah, R6 Esports SA on Twitter and Instagram. Make sure to follow those if you want to know exactly what's happening on game number 2, which is being played off stream as we speak. Kind of had to. Big delays, especially with the scheduled maintenance, as that has caused that game to be pushed off stream. But with all that said, of course, you all know the drill. South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege. So buy the game. Fantastic game overall. Now going into year 7, season 4 after the November majors. So still got a good ways to go. Of course, excuse me out there. If you want some great gaming gear, as it were, make sure to check out Zotac, who is, of course, the powered by sponsor for this particular tournament. Links will be in the description for all of what I'm just saying, okay? Of course, hosted here at the Esports Club, the channel that we are currently streaming to. Make sure to, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and, like the stream and all that stuff, standard YouTuber stuff I'm doing here. And, of course, if you want some more great content, we've got our broadcast partner, Loco, who hosts streams from not just the Esports Club, but also from some fantastic streamers from the Indian region that you might want to check out if you like some great content based on shooters or just games in general. With all that said, of course, I do believe that should be everything from here today, tonight, as it were. There are, of course, a couple of matchups tomorrow that players and spectators should be expecting, of course, and those matchups, boy howdy, they're going to be a couple of good ones once again. Going onto your screens right here, on the So we'll get to the right side of your screens in just a second here. Militants and Phalanx, like we said before, it is happening off stream. Make sure to follow us on the socials. South Asia Esports R6 or SA Esports R6, and you know, you'll be able to get updates on that particular match as and when it finishes, and updates in the points table on who won and who lost. And of course, on the right side of your screens, you can see KIRA versus Won't Stop Peaking. That'll be the first game tomorrow at 5 p.m. And of course, Team UWU versus Shaheens will be the second game of the night as well. That will be tomorrow night. And yeah, a couple of very, very good games indeed for tomorrow that I believe everyone, especially fans of the Shaheens and fans of KIRA Esports, will be looking forward to. And yeah, that's just about everything that we had to say and, show and take care of, as it were. So that's going to be it from us here at the Nationals. Of course, myself, Blackjack, my co-host, Baba Gusta, who now owes me the Battle Pass. Just reminding you. Okay, you're not getting away from me this time. And of course, our producer, Assassin, and all of our admins on the back end. We all thank you for joining us for this slightly scuffed stream, I guess you could call it. And we'll be seeing you tomorrow with 2 more matches. Once again, remember, 5 p.m. We'll be back. So should you. Until then, stay tuned and good night.
on the scene, back out fresh 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 on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene.
I waited for someone to say it.